Well, you don't have a reverse mohawk, so I think you did okay. Yeah, I bet. Luckily, I didn't have to do Wow. Nice. Well, that's what happened to me last time. It was bad. Oh man, you know, it's okay, but it could be much better. Whoops. again. Darn it. Didn't this happen last time? So there's the on Recaster link. If everybody wants to click on that, it'll open in the browser, and then you put in your Discord, Discord name with the number, like mine is DM Samuel, number sign 4007. If you look in Discord down at the bottom left, it has your name, and then it'll have a number after it. So if you just hover over that, it'll say click to copy username, and when you click that on Recaster link, it'll ask you to insert that, and so you just paste it there. That way it it's frustrating for him last week because he had that same If somebody wants to go into the stream and please check to make sure our audio levels are doing really good. Okay, Nina, say something. And David, say something. And Matt, make sure everything's okay. Really? Hmm, that's too bad. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can let me fix this. Let's do this. Hello. How you doing? Uh-oh. I hear a bunch of feedback now. Damn it, this thing is messing around. Yeah. No, I just want to do this. Oh yeah, I know, because she popped on, so it's gonna be a little bit different. So, let me fix that first. So, uh, I I don't know what to do about. Let me transition back to the pre-stream screen. I don't know what to do about David's noise. No, it's not that. It's that he can't hear you at all on the stream, but he hears me. The thing is that I have all of you in one channel, and then I'm in a separate channel on OBS. So it's doing one of those weird things. Now he said he could not hear David, but he could hear. Well, I pushed it back over to the pre-stream thing, so you won't hear very much now. Anyway, so I'm just fixing the video, and then we'll deal with audio issues. This is the bane of podcasters. Yeah, it does. And I don't know. And I still have not been able to find that thing that will let me have it not show the cursor when I move the stupid cursor around. I still can't find that setting. So okay, so let's transition over to the stream. So now, oh, darn it, now mine. So there's that. So now we should look okay. And the stream is going. So how about let's do a sound test then. But I don't have the stream open, so let me. Oh, Karu, did you see the ennui thing so that we get you on recording as well? I threw the link into the Discord. Okay. Let me see here. Oops, it's not supposed to go. Okay, that's really weird. Why the hell does it do that every time? All right, well, so let me mess with the audio. Oh, I know why. Because it should be this. Let's do this. How about test it now?
Okay. Testing? Can I? Oh, yes, I can hear.
Yeah. How
I can
about
hear Karu on the stream.
Nina, you want to say something?
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Did you guys hear that on the stream? With lots of feedback.
A little bit.
David, you want to say something?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, let's see if I can. All right, so.
You're still not hearing me?
I think I heard you.
Yeah. Okay, so how is everybody? Is everybody okay then? Did we get a?
I'm muting the stream now on my end because it's literally like a 6-second delay before from whereby to Twitch.
Yeah, it's kind of a pain. Okay, so I see us, and it looks like everything is running. So I see a delay as well, but my delay is not as bad as yours, I think. Okay. All right, so Karu, are you just getting tea or something? She might have gone to get something to eat. We accidentally pulled her.
I am munching on samosa chips, which are fucking amazing.
That sounds really good.
Samosa chips? What are those?
They're chips made out of the same material that the samosa outside is made of.
Wow. That sounds super good.
And very crunchy, so I've been muting myself, but
Okay.
Awesome.
Yum.
Very cool. So
and the cat wants more of them.
Of course. Poor Earl. I know you starve him when we're not recording.
Oh, the thing is, he likes crumbs, and these things are really crummy.
So welcome to D&DeBrief. We had a little audio issue, so it took us a few minutes to get online and get everything set up, but I think it is working now. So hello and welcome. I am your dungeon master for the evening, DM Samuel, and I am running this wonderful group of people through a game. So do you want to introduce yourselves? Let's start with David this time.
So I play Axley Tillingquest, who is the halfling bard.
And Nina?
Hey, I'm Nina. I'm playing Emmeryn Ornestra, who is a human storm cleric.
And Matt.
I'm Matt. I'm playing Khonnos and Marcel, the Sea Elf Warlock.
And Karu.
Hello, I am playing Marcel Duran, the gender-fluid Lutrinian sorcerer.
Okay. And who wants to do a very, very brief recap of what happened? Nina.
Almost died. We went to help Sharkface because their ship was being attacked by these really nasty sea creatures. And then 2 storm wyverns came and tried to kill us all and almost succeeded. And that was like the majority of actually the stream last time, I think. I think we got to talking a little bit to Redtooth, and we got talking about Lucanius.
Not to Redtooth.
And
Just a clarification, not
Oh,
to
that's
Red
the
Tooth.
main captain. Yeah.
Red Tooth
Sorry.
is the main leader of the pirate band. Yeah.
But we got talking to Sharkface about Lucanius, and we found out Lucanius is his brother. And that's all I have written down.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to add? That basically covers it. It was a humongous battle with many goblins that were fighting on your side and Sharkface fighting on your side, and then these weird flower petal mouthed sea creatures with tentacles and slimy skin, who after they died sort of turned into part fish and that like weird, very nasty, weird things. And then the storm wyverns. So yeah. Anything else that was interesting?
When we talked with Sharkface, I think we learned that that essentially he and his ship had defected from the pirates. The name escapes me at the moment, but basically they kind of have gone rogue and kind of gone off on their own to try to get away from all this curse and transformation business. They've kind of had enough of it, but they're hoping again that Marcel can use their amulet to change things back. And I think we kind of, again, it's been a while since I think we said like either it was going to be. I think the original agreement was the next day. They would use the amulet to try to revert them, or either undo. We were kind of figuring out. I think by the end of this, we realized the amulet would either undo their changes or finish them.
Well, that's what Sharkface.
One of the two would happen.
Yeah, that's what Sharkface thought, right? That's what he was suspecting. But I don't think that Marcel actually agreed to that. I think Marcel basically said, because I think that came about because Marcel asked, "Why did you want my sword?" and then, "Why did you want my amulet?" And then that conversation that followed, it became clear that this pirate somehow was transformed and then thought all of a lot of the humans that were in the pirate fleet went to get themselves transformed, and then it started not working or something, and they defected and wanted the sword because I think his statement was he was going to trade the sword for his brother, or for an amulet to help rescue his brother. And that's why he wanted Marcel's sword, because he knew that the sword had been stolen and that Marcel had it. But then when Marcel was trying to demonstrate the use of the sword to the goblins to show that it really was the sword, the captain, Sharkface, saw the glow, that whoever was watching saw the glow and said, "Oh, they have an amulet. I want the amulet." So
I think the conversation ended with me basically saying, well, pros and cons. I have this amulet. We can use it. We can try to use it. There's no guarantee it'll work, because that's not something that I've so far figured out that the amulet can do. With the caveat that us doing that will alert what's his face that I was using the amulet and where I was.
Oh, that's right. And then Sharkface said, "Well, here's a suggestion. You give me the amulet, we'll go away, and then they can't follow you because they won't know where you are. They'll know where we are." But that's
and
okay
at that
with
point,
me.
I was like,
yes, of course. and we ended there. We ended basically there. So here's the situation, just as a quick setup for everybody. This battle was just happening. Oh, the other thing you found out after the battle, he took you down to his cargo hold, and there were multiple dead crewmen down there that were dying because the transformation wasn't working correctly or something. And it's not just his brother Lucanius that he wants. He's trying to rescue his entire crew. And so he showed you that, and then there was the discussion about the amulet and if that could actually have the power to do that. There's a storm coming, and the Haka, during the battle, the Haka had actually started to rig up and get in their ships and come toward you. The battle actually was only, I think we said it was 5 rounds, almost 6 rounds. And, so remember in D&D, a round is only 6 seconds. So really that entire battle
2 seconds.
was, it was less than a minute. So, the Haka didn't even make it to the area
Yeah.
before you vanquished the Storm Wyverns, and
Probably a good thing.
probably, yeah. So, but they are still on their way over.
Earl, tú vienes ahora afuera.
Yeah. and the storm is coming, and so and remember that the last communique that you had with Xavier, Emmeryn's father, was, we're on a boat, we're in the middle of a storm, we're on our way to Cowport because blue goblins were overrunning the island, including the town of Trastenfin.
I feel like we did discuss sending out a Haka, either a Haka ship or just a Haka, to go see if there's a ship in that storm.
Try to guide them in.
But
Yes.
Good.
You discussed it, but we didn't actually get to the point where you were asking for that yet. So.
And we still haven't tried our plan of using the find it stick to point to the ship that your father's on.
That's correct.
There's a lot to do.
We got interrupted. Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough.
So I guess the question is, what would you like to do? Do you guys need to talk about it? I mean, do you all, not you guys, do you all need to talk about it? I feel like you need to make some decisions about how you want to proceed. Oh, and the other thing was, remember, Emmeryn, your mom told you wherever you go, she's going.
Yep.
So, yeah, so those are the competing. And the session previous to that, remember, you had gone into the temple and tried to, just for people to catch up, right? So you had gone to the temple to figure out what to do with the dog beast, and somehow Khonnos took the dog beast and absorbed it into the coral staff.
Trident, yeah.
Yeah, and it said, now release, now free my brothers.
Free all the others, yeah.
Yeah.
One of which we have broken into pieces. Whoops.
Much to do.
Yeah. So that's all the stuff going on. And also, I think there was the last question that you asked, or the last statement that you wrote in the Book of Proofs was, wow, there's so much going on. The last statement that you wrote in the Book of Proofs looks like it was, where did I write it down? Oh, I'll bet I wrote it.
Was it can mortals undo the sinking? Is that the one, or did we?
That's what I have. And it said true.
Was it reverse or undo?
I think it was undo.
Okay.
I wrote down reverse personally.
Oh, maybe.
Reverse is what I got.
Mortals can reverse the sinking. Yep.
Where did I write it? That's the question.
I thought I was muted, but I wasn't when the Earl was on top of me.
And that's what we were transcribing.
And
it said that
it came back, and it said this statement is true, right?
Yeah, and we were like halfway
23
through. Yeah, we were halfway through transcribing that.
I like Axley was trying
and
to think. And we were having the whole issue, how do we...
Hey, stop it. Go away. Let me play. And the DM had hinted that Axley might be able to actually like make heads or tails of it once he finished because of like the amount of time he had spent on it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that, but we still have that to finish. What time of day? It was still relative, like it was like midday, but we have a storm coming in.
Correct. Yeah, so the sky is pretty dark just because it's clouding over. Remember when the storm wyverns were flying toward you, the clouds seemed to be moving supernaturally fast, or maybe unnaturally fast, maybe not supernaturally. But when the wyverns sort of separated from the cloud mass and flew to partake in the battle, the clouds reverted to their sort of normal speed.
So it looked like the wyverns were making the storm faster, but when they left, their influence on the storm ended.
Correct.
The storm, the way the storm's coming in, does it look like it's going to hit us?
Oh yes, it's coming right for you.
Correct for us, yeah.
Yeah.
So in timing of this, it's no accident or that these wyverns showed up and these creatures came up out of the water to attack Sharkface's fleet. I mean, it seems to me like Laralak knows where we are and that this is we're a critical enemy of his that needs to be dealt with.
I honestly don't think we're an enemy to him. I don't think he cares. He's got what he needed from us, apparently.
Which is what?
Emmeryn to attack him with lightning damage?
And make him come back stronger.
Because it wasn't even that hard of a hit, but just her using lightning seemed to like make him so happy. Yeah. Either way, I think Laralak already knows where we are, which kind of means that us using the amulet or trying to use the amulet isn't that big of a deal. I don't think it's gonna make things worse. Famous last words.
Now.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? I mean, everything's going wrong anyways. That's my point.
Add it to the list.
How many spells does Emmeryn have for sending?
For sending?
Oh god, this cat. He's so clingy all of a sudden.
He knows you're trying to play a game.
I know. I
Well,
didn't even
before
know
the-
where he was until I got online to talk with you guys.
If I use the rest of my spells, I have 5 spell slots left for sending.
Okay.
Well, before the storm hits, maybe we should get Sharkface to pilot his ship into the bay at the island and safely anchor it so that we're all in close proximity to be
That's
able to plan.
Smart.
Does he even have enough people on his ship to operate it at this point?
We might
Like,
have to do it with some
Because I think
Haka.
all the goblins on you said all the goblins on deck, none of them survived the battle. You said, right?
Right. None of them survived, and the majority of his crew was sick down below.
Yeah.
We could get some of our
Yeah.
crew here to sail it.
I mean, we are
I
a
mean,
crew.
the Haka
we
are on their
could-
way.
That is that too. God, the Haka already pulled everything up, and there's
Yeah,
a storm
how long-
coming.
The storm hits us.
Say that again. Sorry, Matt, you broke up.
So I said, will the Haka get here before the storm hits us?
Oh yeah. I mean, the storm is at least a half hour off.
When they arrive, we can just ask them to either, help crew this ship or just tow it back to land themselves and get it out of the way, or at least get it to safety.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the hard thing. We do have the question of, is Emmeryn's father and the people from Trastenfen in that coming storm? Like, are they caught in that particular storm? And maybe we should be looking for them.
I mean, we might be able to find out if we use the tracker
Yeah.
rod.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Have it
Why don't
with-
you? I mean, I used it last time. Do you want to use it, Emmeryn, to tune to your dad? See if it'll
Sure.
find him better. Okay.
Okay.
Don't remember how it works.
So written on it is
Was lost, but now I'm found.
But now found. Yeah, that's the activation word.
And it just always points the direction to whatever you're looking for.
Hmm.
But I don't think it tells you how far away it is.
No.
right. So you speak the command phrase and you name one specific item or person, and it will point in the direction that the item or person can be found in. If the person is not on the current plateau, right, if they're not on the plateau that the rod is on, then the rod apparently takes on the color of a representation of the plateau. That's why when you asked about Rayla, it turned a smoky dark.
Mm.
So the problem is that Emmeryn has to attune to the item.
Well,
Oh,
Unless
I
just
mean,
Axley uses
The rest.
because he's
I
already.
could try it again.
yeah. I don't have my notebook, unfortunately, but I describe him as best I can, and
And if you have
um,
his name, is that enough?
I think
Yeah.
Axley
Did
probably
we meet him?
Axley
We met
probably
him.
has
Yeah.
met him. Yeah.
Yes. Mm.
yeah, Axley, go for it. You know,
All right.
I'm just like spinning this thing. Like, what do I? Just take it.
Okay, I'll try it.
It does pull in a particular direction, and that direction is to the northwest of you, which is not directly in the storm line, but
Okay.
yeah, is in the direction of Calport, if the maps are accurate.
So they passed the storm,
Past.
or this is another storm.
Well, because you spoke to him yesterday,
Yeah.
and so they've been sailing for at least 24 hours since when you spoke to him.
So either this is another storm, or this is the same storm, but they've already managed to get out of it.
Because I was gonna say, do we send someone out to see if they're okay, or just kind of leave them be? Because if they pass through the storm, they're probably fine. I guess I can send a message too.
Yeah, send a message to them.
I send a message to my dad.
What would you like to say?
Just checking in again. We're worried about you, but we're caught up. Did you make it out of the storm? Are you safe? I don't know how many words that was.
Got a little more.
Do you want anything else in the message?
No, that was it. Yeah.
Okay. You really quickly receive a response, and he says, "Out of storm, near Calport. We'll wait for you."
Okay, so that's one less thing to worry about. Seem okay. They made it out of the storm. They're near Calport, so
Okay.
Great. All right.
So the
What do you
real
say?
question is, do you want to try to outrun the storm to go to Calport, or do you want to batten down and wait for the storm to pass before you embark on a trip to Calport?
We have better survivability now in a storm than we had to, but that's only us. We have a whole fleet of ships that want to follow us. And I don't think it's a good idea to try to outrun the storm with the Haka ships. The Haka
Storm's
ships
what?
are
Good.
are they wind powered, or are they like
They are
Rowing.
wind and oar. They have one main mast, so you can throw up a sail and have the wind help you, but they do have oars. They're basically like almost like Viking longships.
right? So it's very likely that if we get a good wind, which is basically guaranteed as long as I'm on the ship, we can outrun them.
Mm-hmm. Right. You will outpace them quickly. Yes.
Because I can now direct the wind, so I can make the wind go in whatever direction we want it to go.
So they'll slow us down, is what you're saying.
So we can.
Well, so I'll remind you though, when you first met Stet, remember Stet? Stet's the one who came to help you fix your ship and then went back and he got some Haka, and when they towed the Tempest's Fortune into the island, you were surprised at how fast they were towing.
So they could, instead of rowing, just tow their boats?
Well, I'm just saying that they're
powerful.
They're powerful and they're fast in the water. So you've never actually, I mean, you're watching them bring their boats to where you are now, but you don't really know how they would respond. But yeah,
That's
so
true.
you're just making us. I'm just saying that your assumptions might not be correct about how fast they
Correct.
would be, but you are assuming that you would probably outpace them if for no other reason than you have magic on your side.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even have to do gust of wind anymore. I just, if there's wind, I just tell it to blow in the direction I want it to.
Right.
Unfortunately, that only affects a 100-foot radius sphere,
Right.
which would encompass our whole boat, our whole ship, and maybe 2 to each side,
Right.
because ships tend to be narrower, but it would only affect maybe 2 to 3 ships at most. Everyone else gets to suffer won't be able to use their sails at all in the oncoming storm. And if the wind is too hard, it could also just completely blow off the sails. I can direct the direction. I can't make it stop being too powerful.
So I guess
How many long ships are there? Could we attach ropes from our ship to theirs, and then?
We gotta work out drag coefficients and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I believe that I think there were either 7 or 10 ships. I have it written down somewhere, but I'm not going to spend time looking it up. But there was basically a fleet, right? I mean, it's quite a few. There were quite a few ships, maybe 7, maybe 10.
My notes are so useless. I suspect it might be better if we just wait the storm out.
I'm thinking.
It's kind of what I'm leaning to. Go ahead.
Storm, trying to sail through a storm, bad storm, that's what's got us here in the first place. So I'd hate for us to, venture out and then immediately get blown off course again or wrecked just because we tried to rush it.
Now we have the pointer stick, right? So we could, even if we're in the middle of the storm, we could use the stick to guide what direction we're supposed to be heading. We don't need to depend on stars or anything.
And that's
so that.
That's a we never get lost while at sea again item, as long as we've got it.
Yeah.
High that down and make sure to fall overboard, please.
Can I point out the fallacy in that thought? You're assuming the other ship also won't get lost.
Well, at the very least, we'll find them, and then we can reuse the stick to go to point to Calport. I think someone, at least in our party, would prefer us finding them if they get lost than finding Calport and finding out that they didn't make it.
Yeah, that would suck. Like, hey, Dad, where are you?
We were going to Calport.
Where are you right
now? Plus, we still got all the weird continental drift stuff going on we talked about last time too, right?
They think they're getting close to Calport. Is that true?
Hey, they may be weeks off.
Yeah.
So there are 2 other options that you have not discussed, so I will point them out to you because your characters would think of this, okay? Number 1, Khonnos is the Haka chief. Khonnos is the Haka. So if Khonnos tells the Haka to stay here, then they won't follow. They won't be happy, but they won't follow. Secondly, there is a whole other ship you're standing on right now.
That's where I was going. We need to figure out what we're doing with Sharkface and his crew before we leave, because I don't know if it's a great idea to be towing along them because they're being attacked by things, and that might draw attention to other things that are going to attack us.
I was thinking in terms of the Haka leave their Viking ships and they crew
man this ship. Yeah.
Sharkface's ship.
Which Sharkface would have to be amenable to that. If we heal his crew, maybe he'll be willing to join us.
Captain Sharkface, we have a question for you. It looks like most of your crew either didn't survive that battle or is in no state to sail. Are you all right with us having some of these Hawka take their positions to help crew your ship if you're going to follow us?
Am I following you? I thought you were discussing the idea of giving me the amulet and letting me go away.
I don't think we're giving anyone the amulet, but I think the question was we were going to Marcel was going to try to use it to on your crew and see if it reverses things.
And when are you going to do that? Because if it works, why would I give you my ship?
You want to see your brother, right?
Of course. You said
We're
he's in
heading
you said he's in
towards.
Trastenfin.
He's not. Where we're heading, that's where he is. So if you don't follow us, you don't get to see your brother.
And you're going to heal my crew.
I'm gonna attempt to heal your crew. There is no guarantees on that one.
Okay.
I
Okay.
also have stuff that might help if Marcel can't do it with the amulet. One, I need some components for, so if you can give me some, like, gem dust, I think it's diamond dust,
Yeah, diamond dust.
a lot. But the other one doesn't require components, I can try. I don't have it prepared, so it'll have to be tomorrow, but the shot.
So my thing is, if we're betting down for the storm, it might be a bad idea to try to use the amulet right before the storm hits us, just in case shit goes down when I use the amulet. But if we're going to outrun the storm, then it would be best to use the amulet now before we leave.
Well, I think we're kind of in a rush to do a bunch of things now, right? We have to finish transcribing those pages, and using the amulet now will probably be a good thing.
Yeah, I feel like we should bed down, translate the proof, and then head out after the storm. Because that'll give us time to figure out if we can heal, if we can translate the proof, if we can figure the proof out, and if we need to be doing something in the interim.
Okay. So
My
we
opinion.
get all the ships into the harbor, bat everything down, ready for the storm. We send the people who are transcribing into the tiny ass ship, the Curiosity, and maybe sink it to the bottom of the ocean so that it is not affected by the storm at all. And there you have peace and quiet to translate your stuff with nothing happening. It does mean that if anything happens during the storm, we are 2 people down.
Well, with sending, right, you should be able to get in touch with us.
That's
Yeah,
true.
so
I can
maybe-
send you a
let us know.
message should push come to shove.
Wait, so what was the plan there with the Curiosity?
Basically, since the storm is incoming, trying to transcribe a text during a storm on a ship is probably a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
So put the people that are transcribing on the Curiosity, and because it has basically a sub, just sink it to the bottom of the bay so that it's protected from the storm because it's underwater.
We have a time limit on that, though, because we'll run out of air.
And you know that ocean currents under the water are all affected by storms, right?
That's true. I mean, they could also just land on the island.
We can probably just go inland.
Yeah. Go by the Haka village and tie it down. I don't know how. I mean, it looks pretty heavy. I don't think the wind is going to blow it away.
Let's hope not. Let's hope that's not this kind of storm.
It's just a storm, right?
I
So
think that's good for the time being, yeah.
okay, so what's the plan?
So the plan is get all the ships, including Sharkface's, into the bay and prepare the ships to weather the storm.
Okay.
And have Emmeryn and Axley take the Curiosity inland to the island to finish transcribing. And once the storm passes, we'll use the amulet on Sharkface's people to see if it can do something. Kill them.
Question.
Okay, so what are you going to do with his ship during the storm?
When the hooker arrive, I'm going to have them instruct them to, like I said, either crew it or tow it back to the island so it's out of harm's way.
Okay.
And then secure it with extra anchors and batten it down for the storm. Put all
We
the
clean it
sails
up of
away.
dead bodies.
Yeah.
Do you want them to do that?
Oh, that
I
was just a thought.
The Haka will do whatever Khonnos
Yeah,
asks
I
them
know,
to
but
do.
Sharkface
I'll
might
leave-
not like that very much.
Yeah, I'd leave
I mean,
that
you
to
can ask
Sharkface's discretion. Like,
Yeah.
you want your
You want some burials at
your,
sea real quick before the storm.
Yeah, do you want your crew bodies tended to?
Maybe he likes the
I will
smell.
refrain from as the DM telling you whether or not it's a good idea to throw dead bodies into the ocean when you've had visions of an undead army being led by the main villain of the story.
And when there were sharks swimming around in the water not
But
too
there's
long ago.
Sharks. I mean, the sharks need to be fed.
They got to eat
They're
some wyvern.
feasting on wyvern meat right now.
Yeah,
That's true.
That's
it's a rare
yeah.
delicacy.
I do have a question for Marcel then. Is the amulet our first option? Or should I try my stuff tomorrow to see if we can avoid using it in general? Or do we want to see if it works?
Honestly,
'Cause
I'm
I'm kinda
curious if I
curious.
can if we can convert, like if we can finish the conversion.
Yeah.
Because if we can, then we have a bunch of people who owe us their lives and also have neat abilities.
Okay, that's not what I was. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
That's why you're the cleric and I'm the sorcerer.
Always selfless.
Okay.
I want to ask Sharkface,
So I guess
Captain Sharkface, can you shed any light on the blue goblin problem? Why are these blue goblins affiliated with Laralac, and why are they popping up all over the world on odd islands that don't seem to be connected to any of his minions or fleets or anything like that?
And other planes, for that matter.
I think they're
Yeah.
prolific, and I think Laralac is using them like he uses everything else. They're just a tool he can use to wield power, and they happen to reproduce very quickly. So,
They make good fodder.
yeah, I mean, I've never seen them before. They are amazing crew members.
Hmm.
So, maybe they're not from this plateau. But I don't.
But they sure seem to be taking it over. Maybe that's the point, right? They're going to spread throughout this plateau and take it for themselves as his minions.
Right, and so if something's easy to kill and easy to control, well, you can control it before or after death just as easily, right?
Those
Good
creatures that
way
came
to
out
make an army.
of the sea. Have you ever seen anything like that before?
No. They look like some weird amalgamation of sea creatures I have seen, but I've never seen them like that. And wearing clothing, I don't know what that is.
What if those are people who have been converted like you were, but Laralac's getting creative?
Are there any of their bodies left?
I don't think we got rid of them.
They're probably on the deck. I mean, it's only been like 5 minutes since the since the battle,
Yeah.
so I mean, it's
Okay.
like, and his crew, remember, is anybody who was above on the top deck got killed, and so yeah, I mean, it's
just us.
it's just you and nobody. I mean, he wasn't over there throwing them off the ship either, so yeah, they're still there. But remember, when they died, they sort of transformed into a weird, like, half fish, half human thing, half had legs with a fish body, and yeah, it was weird.
And I'm thinking Emmeryn did this with the dead goblins a while ago. Maybe she could use Speak with Dead to try to get some more information out of one of them. See, who sent them
Do
and
you
where they came from and whatnot.
think they know that?
They don't seem to have a whole lot of knowledge. We questioned a
Really?
few before.
Because we questioned.
We questioned the goblins, but these
And
guys
not these
seem
things.
these things seem a bit more intelligent.
Oh, those.
Oh, those
The fish people
The sea creatures.
Mhm.
Sea people.
might know at least
Mouth
what
stuff?
happened to them.
If it's got a fish head, do you think it's going to be able to speak common? 'Cause
Does it
when
actually have like a fish, like actual fish
does it
head, or
have,
is
like,
it like a humanoid fish head?
No, it turned like into like a half fish. The head and torso region turned into like a fish. But
An actual fish,
yeah,
just a big fish, I guess,
yeah.
since it's medium sized. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get much out of them with speak to dead.
I mean, I have comprehend languages, but
I mean, does Speak with Dead require you to be able to speak their language?
I think so.
I don't remember.
I want to say yes, but I will check.
Speak with Dead. You grant the semblance of life and intelligence to a corpse of your choice. It must still have a mouth, and it can't be undead. It fails. There's let's see.
Corpse knows only what it knew in life, including the languages it knew.
You actually did not hear it communicate in any way, so you don't even know if it can speak.
We have no idea. I mean, I can prepare it tomorrow and we can try. Except
the
I need
only-
incense.
The only thing I'm thinking of is I used primordial like Aquan, no, I think so, during the storm, during the fight, and I don't think these things reacted at all. They just seem mindless. They seemed as mindless as the wyverns when they were attacking us.
Yeah, you were trying to convince the wyverns to go away. And
Yeah, I figured there was a chance if the wyverns were related to primordial beings that they might at least know primordial, but they didn't, so
The other problem is I think I have to be the one to ask questions, so it has to be languages I know.
yeah.
But-
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're the one that
I
has
don't.
access.
I can prepare it for tomorrow if we need to use it on something, but I don't think it's going to work on these things.
You have a spell that lets you like speak all languages or something like that, or understand all languages.
that would be comprehend languages.
I
Axley
don't have
has
yeah,
that.
I'm looking to see if I can cast it on someone
Yeah,
else.
you can cast it on me.
I think it's self.
Isn't tongues a cleric spell?
Hmm.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, it grants the creature you touch the ability to understand any spoken language it hears, and when you speak, any creature that knows it knows at least one language can hear the target and understand what it says. Ooh. I should learn that. That's a warlock spell. Noted.
I need some components, but that might actually work. Okay, I'll prepare. Write this down. Doesn't speak with dead. Along with my Move curse and greater restoration if for some odd reason someone shows up with some diamond dust.
I will also ask the Hoka if they have any diamond dust we can use for this.
Ask my mom, honestly. Because I wanted to talk to her and see if she had some platinum rings for the duel, and then things happened and didn't get that shot. She might actually be useful in a fight too, depending.
Your mom? Is that what you?
Yeah,
Your mom? Yeah.
yeah. She's pretty cool.
We'll see if you've outpaced her in terms of cleric.
Oh, I have.
Ability.
It's fine.
That's just how parent-son goes. Kids always just outdo their parents, especially when the end of the world is happening.
If the kid is a PC and the parent is an NPC, maybe.
Yeah.
Right?
So.
So I think we've outlined more or less what we're gonna do.
I was gonna say
The next couple hours, yeah.
We wait for the Haka to get here. The Haka bring this ship into the bay. We weather out the storm with Axley and Emmeryn working on the tome.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of us just making sure nothing happens during the storm.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the storm, I will try to use the amulet to finish the transformation on the Sharkface's people that are still alive.
And we
I'd like
bolt.
to short rest. I would like to short rest before Marcel uses that, because if anything happens, I would like to be prepared.
I think we're gonna get a short rest even before the storm hits. Wasn't it like a couple of hours out?
I said it's at least a half hour away.
Oh, half hour. Okay. Well, you can rest during this.
Yeah. I'm thinking like once we're all back on the island and kind of everything's secure, I'd do that at that point.
I mean, once you've finished your conversation with Sharkface, you can just proceed to the island in the Curiosity if you want to.
That's true.
It just depends on what instructions you want. I mean, Sharkface did not decline to have the Haka come on board. So if you tell the Haka to go, steer his ship to the island, they'll probably have no problem doing that.
And to be fair, he
that's what I'm
can't
talking
really stop us from doing much right now.
Yeah, I mean, what's he gonna
Point.
do? He's basically at your mercy at this point.
Yeah.
You know?
He could try attacking us. That's not going to go well for him right now.
Right. Oh, I need you all to make a Constitution saving throw.
What?
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 Okay. Oh, that was okay. That was sudden.
That's out of the blue.
What?
Okay.
It's a DC 10.
14.
Okay, that's an 11.
Well, it's a good thing I have a +6 to my con because that was a 12.
You got 10 exactly.
Okay. Okay, so you're gonna have Sharkface accept the Haka on board and then steer
And
the
then
ship.
go.
Okay. And
we can pass by our ship and just tell them, "Hey, storm's coming. Prep
Get
the
prepared."
ship."
Okay.
Yep.
And so, are you gonna leave in the Curiosity, or are you gonna stay on board Sharkface's ship to get back to the?
Well, Axley and I are definitely going into Curiosity because we're gonna start working.
Yeah, I think we can all take it and go to the shore.
Yeah.
Or go to the Haka village.
Probably safer there.
Okay.
Okay. All aboard this
Maybe
going ashore.
Yeah, maybe leave Otto here with Sharkface so that you can kind of keep an eye out.
Keep an eye on everything. Yep. All right. Otto will fly up and sit and perch on the ship's wheel.
Okay.
For the time being.
Okay. And the crow is on his back.
Yeah. Yep. Bird on bird action. Yep. They're here if you need anything.
You're working on your totem pole.
Okay. So all that happens without any problems. Sharkface doesn't cause any issues. So he lets the Haka come on board. If Khonnos tells the Haka to take the ship and as fast as possible get it in, they will use whichever method they deem faster to get the ship in.
I get it to safety as soon as possible.
Right. And you all hop into the Curiosity and go to the island. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So as the storm is approaching, where are you going to put the Curiosity? Are you going to go like inland to the middle of the island, or what are you?
I think we discussed kind of near like the Haka village, but just a little bit outside of it, so we're not like interrupting.
Okay. Near the temple, or like on farther from than that, like?
Closer to the village than that,
Okay.
just like on the outskirts, maybe.
Okay. And so only Emmeryn and Axley are going to stay in the Curiosity. What are Khonnos and Marcel doing?
We might as well just go into the village itself, check up on Emryn's mom, and help the Haka where we can to prepare for the storm.
Okay. Anything else that you particularly want to get done, other than I know Khonnos wants to take a short rest?
I'm debating. We talked about. I mentioned that I could potentially use this contact other plane spell to maybe try to get some more better information about how this amulet might work, but it's risky to me if I do it as well. So I don't know if this is the best time to use it now. And I could try. I'll say to Marcel, I could try to reach out to something. I'm not quite sure what I'd contact, but I might be able to get some more solid answers about whether this amulet will work as the way we intend it to.
I mean, if you think you can do that, sure. I was thinking, I am absolutely going to go talk to Emryn's mom. See if she knows anything about the amulets.
Okay. Well, why don't we do that together and see if we can hear from her? And if
because like she was
there's
a
still more
prisoner for
questions,
how long? So chances that she may have seen more about what the amulets can do or whatever. And then I'll probably just ask her about embarrassing stories she can tell me about Emmeryn.
All right. Well, let's see what we have. Let's see what she has to say, and then if there's still questions, I'll try to get more answers.
Okay. So we leave Emmeryn and Axley, in the Curiosity, and we head to where Emryn's mom is.
So you're sorry, I lied. You're leaving the Curiosity. You're leaving Emmeryn and Axley in the Curiosity. Okay. So do you want to resolve them transcribing or translating the book first?
How long is it? I thought that was going to take a couple more hours.
I mean, it will, but it's which, I mean, we can resolve everything in whatever order that you'd like.
Yeah, go for it.
So Axley, let me have a.
Can I give us some bardic inspiration first?
Sure.
Okay. Get ourselves all psyched up, ready to do our homework.
Yeah, as Emmeryn's sitting there like rubbing a migraine and like nursing some scratches.
Yeah, so let me
That was a little over a third of my health.
Find my notes here.
You guys got hit?
No. Not all casters can fly.
I just think of it on the positive side. It was one less person you had to use your heals on.
I mean, I still had some Healy spells. It would have been nice if I was up to use them. I actually turned to Axley while we're kind of like getting stuff together. And here with us, yeah. I look over. Is it still glowing?
Look over the corner. Yeah, is it still there?
The little sword?
The black
Yeah.
sword.
With the skull.
Yeah, it's there and the eyes are glowing.
Still glowing.
Yeah.
Do you think it could be spying on us?
You know, that's not too far-fetched of an idea.
It could be some kind of agent or agency of evil.
I don't know. I wish we had some kind of spell to tell us what this thing is.
So Axley, go ahead and make me a intelligence insight check. And I know that's weird. So you'll
Okay.
use your intelligence modifier, but if you have proficiency in insight, you will add your proficiency bonus.
Okay, I have no. Okay, for insight, I have a +1 insight on this. There we go. Oh, I have natural 20. Wow.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Wow.
There you go.
So
There you
First roll
go.
of the night.
you finished translating or transcribing or writing down, right? And remember, the difficulty wasn't actually capturing it or drawing it or writing it. It was actually doing that and also trying to kind of decipher it, because it seems like it's a little bit in code. Here's the basic gist of what it says. It says that the soul spire empties into the threefold lake, but the threefold lake has been drained. If particular people take action to refill the threefold lake, then the soul spire will be whole again. Basically, it will now work. Okay, it'll be fixed. It will no longer be fractured, and that will revert the effects that produced the sinking. Okay, so let me say that again.
Okay.
Okay, the soul spire empties into the threefold lake.
Uh-huh.
That's the normal conditions that are supposed to be to make everything the way it's, quote, supposed to be. Somehow the threefold lake has been drained. So the way to revert to the way it used to be, the way to reverse the sinking, is to refill the threefold lake. So if someone can refill the threefold lake, then you can reverse the sinking. And apparently a mortal can reverse the threefold lake. Or can reverse the sinking by refilling the threefold lake. Now, how to refill the threefold lake, you have to find the material that was in the threefold lake that has been taken out of the threefold lake. And that material apparently has been pulled from the Blue Plateau or I should say pulled through the blue, it uses the word through the blue plateau and deposited on the common plateau. So apparently the water that has covered the common plateau is supposed to be filling the threefold lake. So if you reverse that process, whatever process is allowing what's normally in the threefold lake to stay in the threefold lake, whatever process is doing that that's allowing it to pull from the threefold lake through the blue plateau, if you can stop that thing from happening and refill the threefold lake, you'll revert the common plateau to its pre-sinking state. So you'll have reversed, right? So you'll have basically done backwards what was done to make the sinking occur. There's a lot in there that are details that you are unable to decipher. So the steps, there are probably steps in between that you can't see exactly how to, it doesn't say step 1 do this, step 2 do this, step 3 do this. It says, here's what happened to make the sinking happen. If you reverse this, yes, it will reverse the sinking.
Okay. We definitely need to. Yeah, but what is the threefold lake? What is this?
I was gonna say, have either of us ever heard of a threefold lake?
No, but you've heard of the Soul Spire.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
Oh.
Gotta
go notes diving.
So if you roll a history check, I'll remind you.
Okay, because I don't think I wrote anything about the Soul Spire. I'll roll a history check because I get the +2 on it.
Okay.
Okay. 13. What is my history? I get a +2 just for a skill bonus, so that makes it 15, and then I get the +2 for my sword, right?
Mm-hmm. So, so Emmeryn, as Axley is sort of talking through this, and he's partly mumbling, and every once in a while he'll say something out loud because he's trying to decipher this this weird code, right? And as he's doing it, he says Soul Spire out loud, and you know that you have heard of that before. And as you're sitting there trying to think of it, trying to go through the past months, the past 2 months of all of the interesting things that have happened, there was one time when you were in Trastenfin a long time ago, and you went to talk to Taruma at the Swimming Sword Tavern, and it turned out that Olgret was in there trying to prep that really big-ass crab. Remember that? And you asked him to tell you about King Ian Tarsus. And he told you that King Ian Tarsus is a stain on the dwarven history because King Ian Tarsus stole Queen Delencia's children and did something. And whatever he did, he helped destroy an entire race of people and disrupted Delencia's lineage and all of that stuff. And while he was telling you that story, he mentioned something about the Soul Spire.
Taking folly, mean, selfish tyrant. Children's slavery. Oh, I don't have it. Exile perished in the sinkings. I don't have it.
Yeah.
I don't have it.
It was it was probably a tiny part of what was said.
Yeah, the only thing I have is Delencia, Queen of Souls, kids.
Yeah, Delencia, Queen of Souls.
So maybe the Soul Spire was related to her.
Yeah, the Soul Spire was her domain.
Oh boy.
And that was the Antarsis, and we still have the key.
No, he's the reason. All I've got is he's like the reason why there's no tieflings in this world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still have that crab fork that was related to Antarsis.
Yeah, Emmeryn picked it up.
Yeah. The bane of my existence for the first 3 sessions until I gave up trying to figure out what it was.
Yep, and here it comes back again.
I knew it would.
I mean, to be fair, we were going to Calport to figure out more about Antarsis and that crab fork, so we just got a bit sidetracked.
A bit.
There's a lot of notes ago.
Yep.
Okay, so I relay that information to Axley.
So I think it's safe to assume that that's on the blue plateau, right?
Yeah, I would imagine. Do you think her children are the blue goblins?
sold them into slavery.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then they were brought here by. Larilac and Ian Tarsis sound very similar.
So when Olgrat told you this, he told you it was basically ancient history. Like this is
Right.
multiple generations of dwarves ago, and dwarves lived 200 years. So
Yeah.
you're talking about ancient, what a human would, and especially a Lutrinian. Oh my goodness, you're talking about years that don't even matter anymore, right? Like you're talking about ancient history.
Right.
Hmm. Well, I mean, eventually when we're ready to try to find it, we can use the pointer to point to the spire, and it will tell us what plateau it's in and where it is. So finding it shouldn't be a problem. We just have to unravel the mystery of what is it that's now in our realm, in our plane of existence, that needs to be returned to that one. And where is it?
Right. We're gonna need a little bit more than a few buckets to push all the water back into the blue plateau.
Well, I suspect it's not. It shouldn't be just the volume of water, right? There must be something that generates water, a source.
That right now is pouring into our world instead of where it's supposed to go, and that's why everything is just drifting.
So out of whack. Because I'm trying to. My mind is going 100 miles an hour, but it's getting nowhere. It's running in circles.
Okay, so let's move to other activities.
Let's do that while I
So what are Khonnos and Marcel doing?
Hop, skipping, and jumping over towards Emmeryn's mum.
Okay, when you get there, what are you doing?
So, how's it going?
I sense a storm is coming.
Are you a storm cleric like Emmeryn?
I am a devotee of Goras, but I wouldn't consider myself a stormy cleric.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, there's a storm coming. We fought some storm wyverns.
Oh,
Turns out they don't speak or understand primordial.
That's too bad.
It really is. I didn't really want to kill them. They're just so pretty, but at the same time, they were trying to eat us, so we had to, kill them.
How big was it?
10 feet across, maybe 15 at the wingspan. Yeah. We tried to intimidate them, but it didn't really work.
Oh, there were two?
Yeah.
Oh, no, a mated pair.
Yeah.
That's very sad.
Yeah.
But it must have been necessary?
Well, I tried my best to get them to leave, but apparently they weren't very scared of a tiny Lutrinian, despite the fact that it was doing a massive amount of damage to them. So,
Doesn't the rain bother your fur?
why would it?
I don't know.
No, it's got a special oil on it, so the water just goes like right off of it.
Oh, that's fascinating.
That's how we can swim fast. I'm actually faster underwater than above water because of that.
How
It's
did
like
you
ducks.
meet my daughter?
At a tavern, I think. Yeah, tavern.
A tavern?
I was looking for a ship to join, and she was looking for a crew. And
Oh.
I said, sure, I'll join your crew.
Hmm.
And then she made me first mate or something. Quartermaster, not first mate.
Oh. You
It was
must
just
have earned her
elbows,
trust.
Marcel.
He's
Excuse
the
me.
first mate.
Hello.
Why do you wear a headband? She looks up at Khonnos.
I was injured quite some time ago. It never healed right, and it's not pretty to look at.
Why don't you get it magically dealt with?
I've tried, and common healing magics really haven't worked. Not really sure why.
That's a very pretty staff.
Talk about my trident.
Yes, trident. Staff, trident, whatever. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
It shimmers.
Do I see it shimmering?
It looks just the same to you as it always does.
It's never done that before. That's odd.
What are your next steps? Where are you taking my daughter?
Once this,
maybe?
once the storm passes, I think we're gonna hopefully finally head for Calport. We have
We have to find your husband first.
I see.
Sounds like he may have already made it there safely already.
Hopefully.
Did he know that's where you were going?
I think so. I think Emmeryn told him we were going to Calport because we thought you were in Calport.
I was. That feels like such a long time ago now.
Yeah, about that. How much do you remember about the time you were imprisoned?
Nothing. He made my head fuzzy.
I bring the amulet out. Does this spark any memories?
She immediately backs up and goes into the corner, and she covers her head.
Okay, putting it away now.
Almost going into the fetal position.
It's gone.
I don't want it. I don't want it. No, I don't want it. No more. No more.
Miralac try to make you wear this or give it to you?
She's
gone now. I put it away.
She's just staring at Marcel.
It's what? No more what?
It went into my mind. It made me tell it where you were, where my daughter was.
You were?
I'm the reason she got hurt. And she puts her hands in her over her face, and she
Emmeryn's
just
fine.
starts crying.
Emmeryn is fine. As a matter of fact, she's holed up in a secure location, writing boring stuff.
I read her journal. I know what you're doing. You're looking for him, and when you find him, He's going to destroy her.
Won't let that happen.
You don't understand what you're messing with. He will destroy her, and he will trap Goros. And nothing will ever be the same.
How? I thought Goros was a god. You can't exactly trap a god. That doesn't sound like a thing that can actually happen. And what does that have to do with Emmeryn?
You don't know the power. You just don't believe it, and so you can't comprehend it.
Well, we have storm hours, and I just sit down.
She points at Khonnos and says, "Show me your eye."
This is taken aback by this, but she says it so forcefully, he like almost subconsciously just reaches and pulls the scarf off his face.
She puts her hand over her mouth. She says, "I knew it. I saw visions of this. I saw visions. You're going to destroy everything.
No, we're
No,
not.
I don't want any more. I don't want any more." And she like goes in a fetal position and she just covers her face and she starts crying.
Put the scarf back over my eye. Marcel, like, maybe I think we should leave.
As she's like crying, two of those green furry creatures come in and they like curl up next to her. And they one of them like crawls on her head and like settles down, and one goes like in front of her face. And they start doing this weird sort of trilling, purring.
Emotional support kelpers. Pelkers. Pelkers? Pelkers.
Kelpers, yes.
That's close.
I guess we should leave. Oh man.
I'm already at the door.
Yeah.
Khonnos is like, "Screw this."
So much for the embarrassing stories.
Yeah, I go outside and it's like,
we'll get more than enough time.
stories.
Awkward.
Yeah. Well, what I'm about to do can't seem anywhere. Probably, I'm sure won't get any stranger than that. But now I'm revising my list of questions based on that.
Oh my!
Okay, if Emmeryn actually haven't checked back in, I'm going to find just a quiet place where I won't be disturbed for about the next 11 minutes. Marcel, you might want to keep an eye on me during this because, again, I don't know what's going to happen. So if I go out of control or pass out or something, I want somebody there.
Sure. Just make sure you do it like 120 feet away from no more than 120 feet away from the Curiosity.
Gonna say, why are you doing this without your cleric?
So they have not. So technically speaking, so right now what you're doing happens before Axley finishes decoding everything, right? Because that took another like 2 or 3 hours. So
which means the storm would have come over and gone by that point.
So technically the storm is about to hit right now. They're still decoding. You guys just finished talking to Rayla.
In that case, I don't want to do this while the storm's hitting us. I'd rather have that passed over.
Because I thought you were going to take a long rest first anyway.
Yeah. So I guess I'll short rest and recover, and then when they're done, we can reconvene and I can try it then.
So the storm lasts. Let's see what I pick out. Somebody roll percentage dice.
38.
Okay. The storm only lasts 1.5 hours. It goes through, it sweeps across the island. It's extremely dangerous. It's extremely windy. It's basically a sort of mini hurricane. But the area of the island that it affects is only a sort of 2.5 mile. There's sort of a 2.5 mile line that sweeps through the harbor and across the island, through the town and on by, almost as if it's just like bounded by some kind of something unnatural as it goes through.
Hmm.
There's no eye. You know how a hurricane has an eye, so the front wall hits you, then you're in the eye, and then the back wall passes through. There's no eye. It's just this sort of solid column of storm in 2.5 miles wide, crossing over the island and then passing by. And it's moving very fast. It only takes an hour and a half to get it all the way beyond the island. But while it's passing over, it's, 75, 85 mile per hour winds, extreme rain, extreme breaking waves on the beach, like enormous storm watch kind of issues. But because everybody saw it coming, and they of course have lived on islands with storms all their lives, all the Hawkeye, I mean, so they they're able to basically reduce the amount of damage that is actually happening.
I'm sure some of the huts got completely blown away
sure,
anyways.
yeah.
'Cause...
Right. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely damage in almost every hut. There's roofs that need to be replaced and things like that. But ultimately, they, pretty much everybody's accounted for. It doesn't really cause any major damage that isn't like things they haven't seen, but it feels like a very odd storm from your point of view.
Hmm.
It seems like it was a magical attack. Or what remains of it.
What about, like, the shape of the storm is it still like contained in a stormy way, or does it have an unnatural shape as well?
I mean, it elicited from clouds, so the clouds
So it still has the normal cloud.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the direction and the force of it seemed like it was being directed by magic, but the storm itself seems like a pretty powerful normal
Correct.
storm.
Powerful but natural feeling. But the way it moved through was very much faster than natural, it seemed like, and it had unnatural bounds to it.
Right.
But other than that, it seemed during the storm, while you're in the storm area, it seemed like just a regular storm.
Can I try and map out using our maps and the direction and force of the storm to kind of figure where it came from? Like what the trajectory, if it was continuing on this course, where it came from?
If you pull out the map, if you look at where, presuming it flowed in a straight line, you can determine where it maybe came from and where it may be going. Sure.
Yeah, I want to know that.
It might take you a while.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, so let's see. So here's the map, just for the audience. And so basically, this storm seems like if you are at the cross axis of an X, and Cowport is northwest of you, this storm came exactly from the northeast and swept down through the cross axis of the X, and it's heading in the southwest direction.
So kind of parallel, like completely perpendicular to the direction we want to head into.
Exactly.
Huh. That doesn't even take it where the little whirlpools are.
Correct. That is also in the opposite. So the whirlpools are southeast from you right now. So if it seemed like it came from the southeast, from the whirlpools, it would actually be in a line going towards Cowport, but it's actually the perpendicular direction from that.
So it's basically going like completely bisecting Cowport and those whirlpools.
Yes.
And almost in the middle, because we were more or less
almost in the middle, not quite.
Not quite, a bit souther. southern, well,
Correct.
more of it. Does it seem like it has the same trajectory that the storm that hit us had?
The same intensity.
The intensity, the storm that hit you was actually a little bit less, but because you were in the open ocean, it felt, it had a different effect on you.
Yeah.
That storm felt more natural. It did not feel like it had bounds and a particular direction. But
Okay.
remember that it created so much strife and damage at the moment that you didn't actually know how far you had even been blown off course. So it is possible that it moved you in the same direction, but you can't tell from your maps.
I mean, we were supposedly going north towards Calport and we ended up south, so it was at the
That's
very
right.
least moving in a southwesterly direction because that's where it blew us off.
Right.
But it wasn't moving in such a concerted direction as this one was.
Right.
I also didn't have that great of a feeling for storms back then either, because
Or maybe what originated the storm is that direction to the northeast, and it just came from a line from that point, right? So what's to the northeast?
In the region that you're in, nothing. But if you kept going that way, you would end up in a region that you have not seen a map of.
yeah.
Because maybe the reason the storm was coming from that direction is whatever originated it that direction.
Yeah, I am gonna draw on the map where I think the storm was heading, from its location and where it was heading
Sure.
to, and just draw a line on the map and go storm here.
Okay.
Yeah, because if the storm is like the arrow, the archer, you trace it back to the archer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know if I don't know now what significance it has, but it might come up later. So jotting it down on the map.
Yeah.
All right, well, storm's passed.
Okay.
And I guess we reconvene with Emmeryn and Axley to see what they found out.
So the storm only took an hour and a half. So that means that Khonnos, theoretically, you had your short rest. And were you going to cast a spell or something before you talk to Emmeryn and Axley?
No. I'll wait till after we talk with them.
Okay. Okay. So you go talk to them. What do you tell them? I'll let Emmeryn and Axley translate whatever they learned.
Oh, how's it going?
Well, we've got some answers, kind of. Apparently, it's easier than we thought. The magic was inside of us all along.
Well, we're all magical beings, yes.
We'll go with that.
Yeah, so I'll relay what we found out.
I say, how many more questions did we get along with those answers?
Exactly.
Oh, that many. Okay.
Yeah.
Did it answer more questions than it made you ask new questions?
Well, it put us closer to the target, but
It's
where
like
the target is.
it's made the questions more specific, but there are more questions.
Great. So I suppose we should be heading to Calport because that's where we might be able to get answers.
In the library.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it seems like all roads lead to Calport, doesn't it? At this point.
Seems that way.
I feel like we've said that before.
Where do the waves lead?
Yeah. We just can't seem to make it there very directly.
Yeah, for all waves going to Calport, waves seem to be pushing us every which way except Calport. Do we want to try using the amulet?
Well, I think
Now?
unless we did kind of make a agreement with Sharkface, we're going to try.
Yeah.
I do want to try. At least I do want to try the thing that
Oh, yeah.
will hopefully tell us for sure whether it works. But Emmeryn, your mother seems very concerned for you and about me. I'll relay to her everything that, more or less everything that went on in that. He seems to think I'm going to destroy the world or something. What's up with your mother?
I mean, I could have told you that she didn't know anything, y'all. I've asked her 100 times, and she doesn't remember anything.
Yeah, she said the same thing, and then she freaked out when I showed her the amulet.
I don't really blame her. You know,
I thought it might
captured
jog
by
some
an
memories.
evil-
Apparently it did jog, but the jogging
Yeah,
was
probably not some good memories, Marcel. Probably not good ones. I'm gonna go talk to my mom.
Okay. I
Oh,
said
I
I'm
Before you do-
charismatic, not wise.
No, wait. But before you do, let me try this. 'Cause I might need you if this doesn't work.
Oh yeah. She's got emotional
doesn't work?
support animals.
So if what doesn't work? What are we doing here? What forces are we messing
Yeah,
with?
So I have a spell that lets me reach out to some kind of entity beyond and potentially get answers to some of these questions we've got. So I'm going to try this, but it may not work as well as it may hurt me. Hopefully it won't kill me, but it might hurt a bit.
Oh God.
And what spell
And
is
Emmeryn's
this
mom
that
was worried about you bringing doom.
I'm sure
You're
they're not
not-
related at
I'm
all.
just gonna try and contact my patron, who might be trying to destroy the world.
Different
That
things.
may or may
Yeah.
not be good.
What spell are you casting? Sorry.
Contact other plane.
Okay.
I'll spend 11 minutes to do this as a ritual. Yeah, so for the benefit of those listening, you mentally contact a demigod, the spirit of a long dead sage, or some other mysterious entity from some other plane. I'm just going to skip the next bit. On a success, you can ask the entity up to 5 questions. You must ask your questions before the spell ends, and the spell lasts for a minute. The DM answers each question with one word, such as yes, no, maybe, never, irrelevant, or unclear if the entity doesn't know the answer to the question. If a one-word answer would be misleading, the GM might instead offer a short phrase as an answer. So it's like divination, but creepy.
Oh, great and powerful Cthulhu.
Answer my questions.
Yeah.
I
Don't eat my brain in the process.
adore that description. That's so amazing. I was actually just trying to find divination to see if I could cast it tomorrow, but it doesn't really look that way.
I've never cast a spell before in a game, so I don't know if I get to pick who I'm reaching out to or that's the DM's discretion. I'll leave it up to Sam. I'll leave that up to you either way. Just have to make a dice roll first.
I think when you do the ritual, you have in your mind a. I heard that.
Yeah.
You have in
You
your
could've-
mind
you-
an idea of who you want to contact.
So for 11 minutes, you all see Khonnos like sitting cross-legged and kind of chanting and muttering to himself. And in his mind, Khonnos is trying to contact his patron. And then you all see him just start convulsing, and droplets of seawater start trickling out of his nose and eyes, and like he starts foaming at the mouth because I rolled a 3 on my
So
intelligence save.
What questions are you asking?
Questions I wanted to ask were and I'll copy them in the Discord
And
as well.
tell me and ask them in the order that you are asking them.
Will Marcel's amulet reverse the transformation of the pirate crew? If not, can Emmeryn's magic reverse the transformation? And then,
No.
where can I find you? Well, here's the thing.
No and no.
All right.
First 2 questions, our answer is no.
Okay. The third question was, where can I find you?
Who?
Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Connect.
No. You get an answer. The bottom of the threefold lake.
Oh fuck.
The question is, where is the threefold lake?
You get a
Saw that
follow
one
up?
coming.
You understand the answer as so it's not a word answer, it's more like
Vision.
it's more like GPS coordinates, but not just numbers. It's sort of transferred into your brain as a map, and there's a pin on the map, right? Kind of like that.
Oh, so it's not the coordinates that we have to punch into the curiosity.
But the problem is that the map, Khonnos, is a plane you do not recognize. You know it's a different plateau, but you don't know what it is.
That might be what causes his mind to snap here. The fifth question was going to be, are you satisfied with my actions so far?
Are you satisfied with my actions so far? Yes.
All right. So here's the part of the spell I conveniently skipped over.
When you fail.
When I cast this, when you cast, so none of you are going to know this, unfortunately, because when I cast the spell, I have to make a DC 15 intelligence saving throw. On a failure, which I failed because I rolled a 3, so it's like less than 15. I take 66 psychic damage, and I am insane until you finish a long rest. While I am insane, I cannot take actions. I cannot understand what other creatures say. I cannot read, and I speak only in gibberish.
Which
So,
means all the
Khonnos,
information he just
We
got,
broke Khonnos.
he can't tell you.
I would say it's only in his head right now is how I would take it. So, yeah, Khonnos out.
That's so unfortunate.
So hold on.
How much HP were you at?
I short rested, so I was at 67.
Okay, so you
and
can
I
take
made sure not,
66.
well, here's the thing. I made sure not to cast the spell until I hit 10th level, because at 10th level I gain resistance to psychic damage. So
There you go.
I still technically have to roll more.
Does that mean half damage or what?
Yeah,
So
he'll be fine.
I
He just
take
needs to rest.
I take half of 17 damage, so like 8.
Emmeryn's in a panic cast. She casts Lesser Restoration, which doesn't do jack. And she's going to cast a Cure Wounds.
No, Emmeryn, I need a roll me a percentage, please. Percentage dice.
I apologize for derailing all y'all again.
81.
81.
We have the battling of the deities.
No. So here's the thing. Remember, you asked Sharkface if he had gem dust. The answer is yes. He gave it to you.
Huh.
Remember,
All
he's
right.
a pirate ship.
Yeah, Greater Restoration undoes the madness that I'm under.
Yeah. How much did he give? Just 100?
He probably about 400 gold pieces worth. He gave it to you in a big old bag. Khonnos, roll me a D100, please.
How much does Greater Restoration use? Isn't it like 300?
100.
100. Okay. So you have enough
Yeah.
for 4 Greater Restoration. That actually came up recently in my party because my party's been using Greater Restoration left and right. So I got to a point where I'm like, you're out of dust.
Just as long as diamond dust isn't like some pirate euphemism for some kind of party drug.
It's pirate meth.
It's
Yeah.
spice.
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 So Khonnos, roll me a D100, please. What'd you get?
A D100.
Yeah.
71.
Okay. So,
Like that we're rolling
moving on.
and not getting answers.
Emmeryn, are you casting? You're casting Greater Restoration, then I'm assuming.
So I cast Lesser Restoration first, then I cast Cure Wounds, and then I'm going up the spell slots.
So Lesser
On who?
Restoration just causes Khonnos to quit convulsing.
Hmm.
Oh.
And now he's laying quiet. Because so here's the thing, he did the ritual, okay, and you
Yeah.
saw him sort of almost meditating in a meditative state, and then he started convulsing and foaming at the mouth, and weird salt water started coming out, and
Oh.
you cast your Lesser Restoration, and it made him quit convulsing, but he's still sweating seawater, and yeah.
Too bad I don't have Greater Restoration prepared.
Well,
Well, so much for that.
So I mean, you let the storm pass, and you can take a long rest now if you need to.
Yeah, maybe just make
Yeah.
Khonnos comfortable, and we'll hopefully he's back to normal tomorrow. If not, maybe we use some of that diamond dust on him, make him all
I'm
glittery.
gonna pile some
Yeah.
therapy animals on top of him.
Actually, you notice after Emmeryn casts Lesser Restoration, you see some of the green Pelker like peeking out from under some of the underbrush out where you are, and they're just sort of watching what's happening.
Hey, those were the things that went to calm your mom.
Also heal 14 points of healing because panic.
He's fine. He probably just lost consciousness because he touched the mind of something he shouldn't have.
So I need to take a 5-minute break because I'm going to get something to drink, and I need a bio break. So do you want me to leave the stream going so you can chat, or are you going to take a break as well?
I think we can take a break. I mean, I think what's going to happen now is we all take a long rest.
Yeah.
I think so too. So let's call this the long rest, and then we'll come back in 5 or 6 minutes. So not a long time because it's already 9 o'clock. So
Okay.
just a few minutes, and then we'll be back. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Okay. We transition back.
Okay. Zio is making pulled pork in a slow cooker. So
That's
that's
exciting.
my dinner tonight. Pulled pork
It's
sandwich.
really exciting.
I was going to try that spell once this campaign. Probably not going to try a second time.
So unfortunate. I was like, oh yeah, Greater Restoration. Nope, that's not there.
Yeah, why would you prepare something you don't have the
Nah, that's
I mean, technically, it literally goes away after a long rest.
yeah, so you won't have to use it. I'm
Theory.
gonna go make more tea and go to the bathroom.
Depends on what that 71 means.
what was the con check?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that came out of nowhere. And moving on. I'm like, apparently I just passed it, but
Yeah, I think we all passed it, which is why we got no explanation. Oh dear. So entirely forgot about that list of questions that I was supposed to update and never did.
Yeah.
That was like my momentary freak out moment that I thought I was muted and I was like screaming and I wasn't muted.
Well, we need to get our butts to Calport.
Seems that way.
Try to fill in any of these holes in these answers or questions.
I need to talk to my mom. 'Cause now
Yeah,
I-
like how does Gorath fit into this whole thing?
Also thinking, I almost asked Sam if the storm felt like it was more of something from my deity to like keep us here. If it felt like it was like sent, if I felt calm in it, if I felt like connected.
Do you have any way to
Which is
seek
why-
guidance or commune with your deity?
That's what I was looking at divination, but I was like, I don't have the components because I need 25 gold worth of components. But now I have 400 gold dust or diamond dust. So I'm preparing divination for tomorrow.
Great.
Tongues, speak with dead, remove curse, greater restoration, because we don't know anything that Khonnos knows. Calm emotions, because I need to talk to my mom without her freaking out.
And I think I'll trust what your deity has to say a bit more than Khonnos's.
I don't like Khonnos' deity.
It's kind of creepy.
He's very sus. I'm very sus of him. I feel like he's trying to like take over Khonnos' body and like I don't know, I don't like the dogs. I don't like the fact that he has to go and collect them.
Yeah, what is he an agent of? That's what we don't know.
I'm very sus of all of it, and I don't know what to do about it.
You don't know what to do about it.
We were talking about Khonnos' deity, or patron, and I'm very sus.
You don't trust the patron of one of your most honest and loyal members?
Might need to consider, which is, we see the destructive effect in our plateau, but something's out of balance. So maybe in the other plateau as well, it's causing just as much damage and harm that we don't see because whatever kept things in balance is now disrupted.
More than one plateau, right? By the way, I popped us back over, so we're on camera again. But more than one plateau, right? Because it said it's pulling it through.
Mm-hmm.
So It's coming from the Threefold Lake through the Blue Plateau into the Common Plateau.
Hmm.
Who knows what's in between there?
Yeah.
The green plateau is closed. We
Yeah,
closed the gate to the green to open the
gates
blue.
the gates and ladders got closed. That's right. Well, the gates
Mm.
got closed. The ladders have been corrupted in some way. And not just closed, but closed to the extent that, because it's possible to close a gate, right? A
Mhm.
gate from one plateau to
Yeah.
another, an actual gate, and not completely cut off the entire energy of the plateau. But remember that anything that has origins in the green plateau has been fully cut off and their powers are declining.
Yeah.
I wonder if something very powerful in the Green Plateau, or some patron or deity of the Green Plateau, in order to save the Green Plateau, shut it down. Like just slammed all the doors to stop whatever that intrusion.
Yeah. So welcome back, everyone. I don't know if there's anybody watching right now, but welcome back. Thank you. So you take a long rest. Is there anything you want to do before or during the long rest?
I kind of wanted
other than Khonnos?
to talk to my mom.
Mm-hmm.
I want to peek in on her. If I kind of crack the door open, can I see where she's at?
Yeah, so give me a stealth check.
Sorry, what?
A stealth check?
A stealth check with disadvantage.
For quietly opening the...
Oh, 2 9s. With, I don't think, anything. Oh. So 9.
You crack open the door, and the way that the hut is structured, it makes noise, and so it alerts your mom. But when you crack it open and you look, she's sort of laying kind of on her side, and she's not fully in a fetal position, but she's kind of laying kind of compacted, sort of, like almost like she's wrapped up and trying to protect herself. And there's a green pelker on her head. There's one sitting on her shoulder. There's one on her hip. There's several tucked by her feet. There's about 5 or 6 of those things in there. And immediately when you crack open the door, they turn to you and they start making this trilling, almost kind of weird purr noise.
Go away, go away.
She noticed me enter?
Yeah.
Sorry about my friends. They're a little much at times.
Are you sure they're friends?
I enter the room and close the door. Near her, but not
roll a perception check.
God. Oh, it's a 2. I don't think my perception is a 5.
Okay. She sort of tenses up a little bit when you walk in, but other than that, it's not.
Okay, if I see her tense up, I just kind of move to the side of the door and sit kind of away.
How do you know they're friends? All they've done is get you into trouble.
I think I would have found the trouble with or without them. And even if they are a little bit of, they have their own issues, but I think we've done enough for each other that we help one another out when we're in trouble. You never abandoned me when we were trying to rescue you. That was all my idea, and I was going to do it with or without them. And they stuck with me. And when Guy tried to hurt me, they protected me.
I want you to promise me one thing.
Depends, but I'm listening.
Promise me you won't sacrifice yourself.
Promise. Like we've got a lot to do.
Promise me again. I want to make sure you understand you're making a promise to me.
I know what a promise is, Mom. I don't even know what we're doing.
Then why don't we turn around and go home?
This is what I want to be doing. Not knowing what's out there and not knowing what's going to happen and not knowing where we're going or where we're heading or that we're doing good things. You know, these Haka people had a problem with their temple and we got rid of it. And like, if we can do something to help, I want to be doing it. And even if I don't know what that is, that's still what I think I'm supposed to be doing.
I can't hear her anymore. Goros doesn't bless me. I don't hear her. She doesn't call to me.
When did that start?
When he used his powers. I'm not worthy anymore. I'm tainted.
Oh, I wonder if you put up a block so that you couldn't communicate because you were too dangerous. He might have been trying to do the same with me. He was after something. He was after me for some reason. And if Goras is a threat,
I know.
then what do you know?
I knew he was after you.
I mean,
I
guy's a
don't know
dick.
why, but that's because he used me. Don't you understand? He blocked me from the power of Goros and the grace of Goros, and then he used me to lead you right to him, and I put you in danger. Promise me you won't confront him again.
No. No.
Then at least promise that you'll take me with you. I know you don't want me to go.
Yeah.
You're going to want me to stay with your father, and I don't want to.
cross that bridge when we get there. Because I don't know. There's something bigger than Laralac. And if we can confront that, then we don't even have to deal with them. And it might not even be in this plane. We don't have a whole lot of transport to the other plane. There's difficulties, but
She turns over.
if we feel like
She totally just turns away from you.
if we feel like we need your help, we will come and ask.
Leave me to sleep. Parents, am I right?
Oh my god. Do I see my journal?
I mean, it's not sitting out, but you don't have any reason to suspect she doesn't have it in the room.
Did you get to the part in my journal about the giant octopus?
The giant octopus? She turns back over.
I kind of scooch a little closer and I tell her about the giant crab encounter. And then we went back to the tavern and they were embellishing the story so much. And I added the part about the giant octopus. And they took it and ran. Like the stories. I like the stories. Make a good story. Up and I walk out.
A couple of the green animals follow you.
As soon as I get outside, I like bend down and see if I can pet one.
Oh yeah. It practically
Up and I
crawls
take it
into
with
your
me.
arms.
I take it with me.
The other one's following behind.
Amazing. Love them. Then I go
Okay.
on long rest because physical and emotional exhaustion, I pass out.
Mm-hmm. Those things sleep on your head.
Over there.
Kind of like what Earl's doing right now.
Well, we could write another question in our book. We can, now that it's done, we're done transcribing it.
Could.
Yeah, so who wrote that last question?
I think Marcel did.
That was Marcel. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Because it wrote a different name.
Yeah, and except it wasn't Marcel's name in the book, but it was
No.
So who wants to write now?
Well, what will we write? What do we want to ask? Do we want to?
I have questions about the white axiom.
Oh yeah, where will we find that information?
Is it information that actually I'm gonna wait on that. I'm waiting on that question.
So let's assume you finish a long rest.
I'm gonna say we can do that. Get some of my HP back.
Now, when you're going to go to Cowport, are you letting the whole? Oh, are you? I guess Emmeryn is gonna cast Greater Restoration.
Is
Does she need to?
Khonnos awake by now?
He is comatose.
Oh,
Okay.
Because all you cast was Lesser Restoration and Cure Wounds.
Yeah.
so he didn't recover after long rest?
All you know is he is still unconscious.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on, cleric spells.
Huh.
Yeah, I'll cast Greater Restoration.
Okay. Khonnos, you are awake and you remember the questions and answers.
I recover, like cough up a last little bit of sea water. I'm sorry I put you all through that.
Happened.
Khonnos, you feel like you just did the ritual and you don't realize that
Oh, okay.
long rest time.
Oh, okay.
So you regained everything you would regain on a long rest, but you literally have no memory of the time between when you cast the ritual and right now. And all you know is you spoke to your patron and you got answers, and now you just came out of the communication.
Okay. I spoke to him or it, and well, I don't think the amulet's going to work on Sharkface or his crew, and I don't think your magic's going to work either, unfortunately. So,
Who is it?
do I remember what I saw of it? Can I give a description?
A large shimmering coral. It basically looks like a very large piece of that special coral that you found when you were diving that very first time.
It's what the piece I carry around with me is, but just colossal.
Yes.
Um,
And shimmering with energy and power, much more so even than the little piece that you have.
What color is the shimmering energy?
all colors. It seems. Yeah, I'm telling the Axley this. I'm like, it's far more powerful than I thought. I don't think I should use that magic again anytime soon. But yeah, Marcel, I don't think the amulet's gonna work. So we'll have to find something else. But I did get a little information about the threefold lake. That's where it is. And if I can like take a piece of paper and just try to start madly sketching the coordinates that are in my head, and this is where it is. But I don't.
Coral?
It's
The corals in the threefold lake?
He's writing down gibberish, like what he's trying to draw and what he's writing just looks like pure gibberish to you.
oh, okay.
I mean, like Khonnos, you understand what you're drawing, but what they see
Don't
is
you?
like, yeah.
Yeah, don't you understand? It's perfectly clear.
Khonnos, you are aware you went, you started convulsing and went like, you were out for like 14 hours, 15 hours.
Talking about, I feel fine.
Yeah,
Couldn't have happened.
because thankfully Sharkface got us some glittery dust, and Emmeryn here fixed you up. So you roll her 100 gold.
Great. Oh,
Wait, something you said. You said what's at the bottom of the lake, the threefold lake?
The being that gave me my powers. That's where it is.
The being that
That's
the big
where this.
shimmer.
That's where this piece wants to go. The mega coral. That's where it is.
And Emmeryn, when we were researching how to stop the sinking, it was saying that whatever was in the bottom of the threefold lake needs to be returned. Could it be the coral? Could that piece of the coral need to be returned to it?
That seems too
Yeah.
simple.
Ever since I found
No,
this
but-
thing,
That makes sense
it
because
goes somewhere.
Haka were saying that if the coral were returned, they would all die out. And if the coral returned, the water would all leave and their habitats and everything would be ruined. That makes sense,
I mean, the Haka aren't from this plane originally.
right?
No.
Yeah, actually, good thinking. I didn't put that together.
So, how do those dogs fit into your whole thing?
I don't know. I didn't get to ask that. There's only so much I could. There was only so much I could take before it
That's
ended.
fair. You did stay out till Emmeryn cast that spell on you. Okay, so well, it's good to know that your patron is not the like master dog thing that you saw when you looked through Larilac's eyes.
Something else entirely.
Sure.
Well, he's seen both things now. At this rate, he's going to be the only one that's not going to go insane next time we see some kind of godlike being because he's used to it.
I hope. I can only hope.
I mean, I still feel like there might be a connection between the two, even if they're not the same entity. They might be in relation, maybe rivals.
Maybe? Because the big dog seemed to like have plans to not let anything go back to normal. Doesn't seem like that's what Larilac wants. He wants to cover the whole place in water.
So do you want to
And-
have these discussions on your way to Calport?
Yeah, we should probably get... I suspect I could see this happening after we get everyone... Wait. Khonnos, are we making the Haka come with us?
Well, I mean, it looks like there's some plane traveling in our future, and we can't take them with us. So unless we want to leave them on their own for a time in Calport,
They may
Maybe
be
it's
able
best
to
to
help
take them
protect
here.
people, though. If we get to Calport and it's under attack by Larilac, it might be useful to have an army on our side.
I mean, I want to take them. I want to take them at least as far as Calport.
At the very least, they'll help protect Emmeryn's mother and father when we leave them behind.
Well, what do we do about Sharkface? Because now it sounds like we can't use the remedy we had hoped for.
That's
He's not
true.
he's not likely to be loyal to us if we can't offer him any help, other than the promise of help in the future.
I mean,
He
while we
might try
unravel
and
this.
He still wants
duel
to
you
find
for the sword again because... Oh, dear.
Yeah.
We have his father, though. I don't think he's going to want to leave without his father, without his brother.
I mean, yeah,
Funny,
but
you were
he
s-
wants a remedy for his brother, and if he thinks that sword is going to gain favor with the main person, then he might try and duel you for it again.
Well,
I
one
mean-
advantage would be he doesn't have enough crew now to crew his ship. So if we crew his ship with Haka, then he can't exactly stage a mutiny.
Maybe we should invite him into this conversation and see what's happening. Since we're friends
so
now.
we're inviting him into the conversation about what we're going to do with him if he tries to attack us.
Might as well.
I mean, we have no reason to say yes to a duel right now.
I mean, yeah.
So Like, if he tries to fight me for
I
the
guess-
sword, it's not going to go well for him. And while I'm like, I don't know how useful this amulet is to us, and maybe we could just let him try, but also I really don't want to let go of the amulet, so maybe we should just keep the amulet. Let's go.
So I feel like you're very attached to that thing.
Maybe. So?
Or it's attached to you. It is an
Blaxley.
instrument of.
What?
I don't like that smirk, Sam. Have we seen him since the fight?
I always assume he's somewhere where Axley is.
He's a babysitter. Maybe we can pay Tadius to babysit.
I don't think
Just for the
Tony's
sake
good
of
for
it,
that.
I'm gonna use message and see if I can hit him with it. I'll send him a message going, "Hey Blaxley, what are you up to?" My message has 120 feet range, so if he's out of that range, it won't work.
Where are you all at right now?
I guess we were on the ship because we went back to the ship to figure out what we're doing with the fleet.
Is the Curiosity on the ship?
We would have taken it with us, so
If we're getting ready to sail, then yeah, we'll put it in the hold.
What do you say to him? What are you saying when you?
I said, "Hey Blaxley, what are you up to?"
It's about time somebody bothers to contact me.
I send him another message going, "Oh, are we sulking?"
No, but I'm over here doing all of the good God's work, and you're just ignoring me.
Ah, what good God's work are you doing?
Goros, of course.
What?
I've been reading somebody's journal.
No.
I'm so glad I wasn't drinking.
No.
I look towards Emmeryn. Emmeryn, where's your journal?
Blaxley.
I think he's in the
Looked for
Curiosity.
it last night.
I suspect he's in the Curiosity, and I think he has your book and notebook, and he said something about doing Goros's work.
Go to the Curiosity and I fling open the top hatch and I look down inside. Is he in there?
Nope.
Yell out, Blaxley, where are you?
No response.
Well, he has to be somewhere.
No.
Yeah.
Help.
Another message. Blaxley, where are you?
I'm in the captain's suite. Duh.
I'm going to murder him. Blaxley, you better go get him.
I'm only trying on her underwear. It's not creepy or anything.
I send another message as Emmeryn storms off. Well, you better get ready because Captain's on her way.
Who's going up to the cabin?
I am.
I'll follow behind.
You slam
Why?
open the door, ready to be really mad. And Blaxley is sitting on a chair next to your mother, reading your journal to her, and there's about 5 Pelker around, sitting all around both of them.
Why?
He really has a talent for reading the different voices. It's amazing.
You get that from me.
I can't decide if I want to scream or if I should just leave. Can I have that back? I kind of need it for things.
But I'm not done. I'm only halfway done. Ah, fine. What am I going to read to your mother now? And he slams the thing closed, and he sort of just nonchalantly flips it towards you right through the air. Just
Papers fall out of it because they're kind of not in there. I catch it. But Mom, why are you having him read it to you? It's kind of my journal.
But he wanted to know, and I already read it, and I know there's nothing really bad in there.
It's still, maybe you should have asked this random person read your journal to me.
What do you mean random? He said he was a friend of yours and he travels with you all the time,
I
and
barely know him.
but he said that he saved you and Axley when you after you came out, and then there was the goat, and
Kind of just tagged along.
oh,
Yeah. Axley, now you can tell your stories. And I start collecting the papers off the ground.
he just sort of shrugs.
I just leave.
As you're leaving, you hear him say, "Okay, so there's this guild, and it's called the
Oh,
Inquisitors
yeah.
Guild,
Oh no.
and it's really full of people who you wouldn't think would be the nicest people." And then you're gone. You don't hear the rest of it.
For like a hot second, and then I'm like, no, she can suffer through it for a while. Snag a Pelker before I leave. Emotional support Pelkers.
So, what's everybody doing now then?
I guess we're getting everything ready to leave, right? So we need to give the Haka instructions. Those instructions for when we're gone, and select who we're taking. How many are we taking? Oh, we need to talk to Sharkface.
We need to break the news to Sharkface that we're useless.
Khonnos,
I would say
do you want to talk to the Haka first?
I basically going to instruct whoever is coming with us. We're making ready to depart for Calport to follow us.
We're all coming with you.
Oh, okay, all of them are now. Okay, I thought some of them were going to stay here, but okay, yeah.
Well, you didn't designate, so we.
Then yeah, best of the outcome then.
Are you okay, Haka?
I'm fine. Just did not. Because he's still unaware of what the spell is. So yeah, I feel fine. Why?
You look different.
So
Your face has more.
oh no. I want to find just either a mirror or a reflective pool of water and just see what he's talking about.
Your barnacles are growing out.
Oh no.
Taking up more space on your head.
Your mask.
Do you want the shaman?
Yes, please.
Very well. He runs off. What's everyone else doing while he's waiting for the shaman?
Curiously listening to Blacksley for a bit.
Oh, he's telling a big old whopper about how the Inquisitors Guild got one over on the town watch, and that it eventually allowed them to infiltrate the town watch and take over. But then finally they were found out, and they got kicked out of the watch, and now things are back to quote normal. But it was a rip-roaring success because they learned how the watch works. And it's embellished with all sorts of tales of crawling through sewers and coming out but not smelling at all, and being really fast and quiet, and all those sorts of thieves guild type of skills. But they specialize in, instead of in breaking in and stealing things, in breaking in and taking hostages to ask them questions. Is basically what it comes down to.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
But nothing interesting.
Not really, no.
Yeah. Well, we should finish our preparations and get moving. Actually, I'm gonna go look for Axley. You still have the pointer sticky thingy, right?
Yeah, it's still attuned to Emmeryn's dad, but we could change it.
Where's it pointing to?
Still
We'll
in
check
the general direction of Calport.
So it's still within the like, it still seems to be heading in Calport's direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, well, at least they're not lost. Looks like we have a lot of people. We have to figure out Sharkface next. Something tells me he's not going to take. We contacted Khonnos' patron, and his patron says that the amulet won't work as a good enough response for if the amulet will work.
He may still want to try it.
I mean, we could try it. I'm just. I mean, I'm not entirely, like, I don't entirely trust it. I mean, I know it's mine and it should stay on me forever. But going so far as to like use it, it still makes me leery. But also, it's mine, so we can't give it to him.
And we have to decide what we're going to do with him, whether we tell him to follow us or whether we just tell him he's on his own.
You realize that if we tell him he's on his own, he's basically stranded here on this island. He's not going to be able to man that ship on his own.
I think the only thing we can offer him at this point is to say, follow us to Calport, and maybe we can learn more about this there. That's the best we can offer you at this point.
That's fair. All right. Well, let's go over and
break the news.
Yeah.
How are you breaking the news?
We'll take a rowboat over. I mean, I'm guessing there's still a lot of prep work to do, but I think most of the loading of supplies was being done by the Haka before even all of this storm happened.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the Haka are basically taking care of everything.
Yeah. We'll rowboat over and basically tell them, hey, so if you want people to man your ship, the Haka can do that, but the Haka are following Khonnos, and Khonnos is going to Calport. Your brother is going to Calport, and we're hoping to find answers in Calport, including maybe how to, save your people, save your brother.
You said you wanted to see your brother again.
I want to be able to heal him when I find him.
Well, we're looking for a lot of answers, and apparently Calport keeps coming up as the place to go for answers, so maybe we'll be able to find a way to heal him there.
I thought you were going to try to use the amulet.
Well, we asked some powers of the beyond, and they told us that the amulet wasn't going to work.
Who?
the people, and they said that the amulet wasn't going to work.
You lied to me. You
Excuse
said
me?
you were going to try the amulet. Why are
I
you not
didn't-
trying the amulet?
Well, because I'm leery of what could happen.
Because you
What if-
want me to be without my crew. You want me to be powerless.
Listen, we could also just kill you and get this over with, and we're not. Because I don't
Leave
think
you here
Emmeryn
by
would let
yourself.
us. Or we could leave you here on your own. I mean, like, that's not... What are you going to do? Swim after us?
Yes.
Well, good luck. Look, I'm not trying to keep you weak or anything. If I really wanted to deal with you, I could deal with you right now. It's more about well, I'm not sure what's going on with the amulet. But it definitely can't, like, heal people. I think it's a bad amulet, and I think that it's probably a bad idea to use bad things.
Perhaps you should take it off then.
Nah, let's not go that far.
Call it out.
I see you. I see what it's doing to you. I've seen
What
this
are you
before.
talking to?
I've seen this before.
What?
Who?
The last blue goblin that had one of those amulets refused to take it off too.
Well, it's just so we don't lose it.
They just told me that it made them the boss and that it was pretty, and so they couldn't take it off.
I don't know if it's exactly pretty. I think my amulet is better. Just point out, like, my spellcasting focus. But I just still wouldn't go so far as to take it off.
Are you at least manning my ship to get me to Calport?
Yeah, we can do that.
Fine. You will take me to Calport, and you will give Lucanius to me, and then you'll leave us be.
Sure. And, like, don't get me wrong, we're still looking for a way to fix this or finish the transfer or whatever, just so that they don't die. I mean, we've been trying to help your brother. That's the only reason he's probably still alive, is because he's being treated by our people. They haven't been able to reverse or anything, but at least he's, alive. And
Better
honestly,
not-
if he was with you, he probably would have died by now. So
Better
there's
not
that.
betray me. Don't turn this around and make it about me. You better not betray me.
Or
I
what?
at least have honor. You're not even following up with what you promised you would do. You're not even trying.
I look to Khonnos. Should I try?
Might be the only thing that satisfies him at this point.
Well, Emmeryn's not here to say no.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, where's Emmeryn?
Emmeryn's back on the ship with her Pelcor setting up a commune.
Oh, that's right.
All right. But if things go wrong, it's all your fault. I point to Khonnos.
I'll, well, yeah, probably. I just will not dispute that.
Where's Axley?
And yours. And I point to Sharkface.
Is Axley on the ship with them, or is he back with Emmeryn?
I don't know that whether did they come let us know they were leaving to go talk to Sharkface?
Probably. I mean,
We would have.
Yeah.
Okay,
We weren't.
then I would
Like-
probably go.
Okay.
What does this entail? What are you going to do with the amulet?
I have no fucking clue. I guess just hold the amulet and tell it to heal them.
Invoke its power, whatever that power is.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds
I don't
bad
know
when you
about
put it that way.
Yeah, considering what we know, what its power, where its power comes from.
I mean, I think I've made it pretty clear by now that I'm at least expecting, Laralac to know where we are and that I'm using the amulet. And honestly, it might come down to if he lets me use the amulet or not.
Sharkface, what makes you think this amulet has the power to reverse? Did you see the goblin that had it before use it to corrupt or not corrupt?
It's the item of power that is allowing for the transformations.
Yeah, but just telling the thing to undo it doesn't mean that that's what
I
its
don't
purpose
think we're
is.
going to try to undo it. I think we're going to try to finish the process.
If you set a fire, you can't tell the fire to unburn what was burned.
No, they're
No.
finishing. Like me, how I am fully transformed. The problem is that
Yeah.
they keep getting halfway and dying. I want it to finish like it did with me.
Seems like what we need to do to finish it is stop the source of what's causing it, which is Laralac.
But that's going to...
causing the corruption.
I don't... Okay, so I get what he wants to do. I will point out to him as well that it may be that it just depends on the constitution of the person undergoing the effect. And that me accelerating it may just kill them.
Master.
Are you good with that?
They're already dying. At least this is a chance.
Well, send a message to Emmeryn to let her know at least what we're going to attempt, so that if something happens, she knows what we did.
Fair enough. Okay.
Close enough?
Well, they were the ship was brought into the harbor, so I'm guessing they're within
right
the
next to each
120
other,
feet.
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna pretend to contact Emmeryn.
Okay.
Oh, that's cold. Oh no, this is not gonna go well.
I need a deception roll from you.
Sure.
Oh, please work.
That's a 19.
Axley, I need a wisdom insight check from you.
I rolled a 6.
Yeah. No.
Do I get one?
Sure. No. Yeah. So
3.
yeah. So Marcel, I guess I
Oh
can
my God,
roll
I
for
love it.
Sharkface.
I'm trained in deception, guys.
Yeah, I know. That was also the source of my frustration like a couple episodes ago.
Okay, so are you gonna go down to the below decks with him and?
Yeah,
Try
so
to
I'll
finish.
pretend to contact Emmeryn and says, okay, she says she'll be on watch in case something blows up. And then I'll go down into the hold.
Are Khonnos and Axley going down there as well?
Yes.
Okay. So Marcel, are you going to pretend to activate the amulet, or are you going to actually activate the amulet?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
Oh God.
You're gonna do
I
it.
think I'm gonna actually do it.
Okay.
I rolled a 3 on my wisdom check.
Roll.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the amulet and basically channel through it, like tell the amulet to finish the transformation. I'm not trying to cure them. I'm trying to finish the transformation. Because apparently curing them is not possible according to Big Coral Dude.
Give me an Arcana roll, please.
Oh, great. Not trained in that one. I'm more of a touchy-feely kind of magic user. That was a 4.
You start to activate this amulet, and you very quickly realize that you are unable to control what it does.
Uh-huh.
And power emanates out.
Oh, shit.
In a sweeping arc everywhere in front of you. So if you think of your body as the plane and you put your arms out, right, 180 degrees basically everywhere your arms would sweep, that arc in front of you, the sort of pinkish purplish energy, this amethyst kind of energy sweeps out, and there's about 7 or 8 goblins there that are sort of halfway through transforming into crabs and whatnot. They almost in unison, though not quite, sort of gasp and yell out and then go quiet. And then a couple seconds later, the glowing sort of the energy sort of goes and sweeps out, and then it kind of comes back. And then you hear these goblin things kind of moan and go, ugh, and they start sitting up, and their flesh is really kind of disgusting and rubbery and half falling off and degrading. And you realize that you have just produced about 7 zombie goblins that are half crab, half zombie creatures that are now starting to sort of wake up, and they start shambling toward they're sort of coming towards you, but they obviously are going to go around you
Yeah.
towards other people.
Stop right there. Stop.
They don't stop.
Fuck.
That's supposed to happen.
So you know how Laralac makes undead? I think that's the transformation he wanted from your people.
No.
Shit. Let me grab my
Too
copy.
bad we don't have a cleric.
Hey, Emmeryn, we have undead on the ship.
You see Sharkface just basically like swipe one down and take one out. I mean, they're obviously very weak. They're not. They were weak. We're not even going to roll initiative, right? Like you can easily put them down even if you don't have Emmeryn with you. But they definitely completed a transformation, not the one obviously that Sharkface wanted. And I now need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Remember when I said I was really bad at wisdom saves? That's a 4.
Yeah. You really liked wielding that power, even though you were ashamed of it, and you don't want to admit that, and they can't tell, the other people can't tell, but you really, that was so good. I mean, it was amazing, and you couldn't even really control it, but you know that you're the one that produced that for a moment, and
it's like, this is magic we could use in our favor.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it completed the transformation.
Sharkface says, "Oh, that's not the one I wanted. I'm sorry."
It's the one he wants, though.
I was hoping it wouldn't be that way.
I'm guessing you don't want me to try it on your brother now.
No. You should take that and destroy it.
Ha! But this is a useful power.
No, it's not. Oh, no. We need to get to Cowport as soon as possible.
Well, that's where we're heading.
He sort of just turns and walks out of the cargo hold. He starts telling the Haka, giving them directions in terms of prepping the ship to go. They are, of course, ignoring him because, he's not their captain, but,
I would instruct the Haka just to, follow his commands.
They nod, kind of puzzled, little bit about you saying that, but they nod. So
Well, this is his ship. He's still the captain. So while he's on this ship, he's in charge of what happens on this ship. But don't let him attack us. Stage whisper that last part.
the translate, because there's a translator basically at your elbow every step of the way. They realize what you're saying, and they now almost the light bulb comes on, and they realize, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. Okay.
Follow his orders, unless his orders is attack.
Right.
Unless his orders are shoot us.
Yeah.
Follow his orders. Keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
So, did that affect the rest of the injured? Did we basically wipe out his crew?
Does he not have any crew left now? Yeah.
No. Well, so the other, part of his crew is already dead down there, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, so it only just took out 7 of them, 7 more. They were already dead anyway. So.
Did any of the dead ones rise?
Yeah, that's who rose.
That was all the dead ones.
And those really close to death died and then were risen.
Yeah. Well, when we get back to our ship, I'm gonna go talk to Emmeryn.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Hey, Emmeryn, do you know a way of making sure bodies don't rise again?
It didn't work. In fact, it was worse than it not working. We created zombies.
Did you end up sending me a message about what happened?
Yeah.
At the end, she said, "Oh, we got dead bodies."
Yeah, I probably sent one panic message of "Holy shit, we've got undead," and then a couple seconds later, "Don't worry, we dealt with them."
It's sorted.
They're dead
so
again.
I guess I'm back on the deck when they get there, arms crossed, tapping my foot like the disappointed parent. Yes, but not right now.
Okay.
He's dead right now, but not make sure they don't come back. But apparently you can do that too.
Yeah.
Khonnos, when you get back to the ship, the shaman is there waiting for you. And wants to look at your face.
I'll let him examine me. Let's go in like a cabin.
Okay.
Also, do have a question. If I had 10, 11 minutes to complete my commune before I got the message, or was I interrupted?
You probably had time. Yeah.
Okay.
Time.
We did have a long discussion beforehand with Sharkface.
Yeah, because he had to convince them to actually do it. Remember?
That's.
Yeah. So Khonnos, the shaman tells you that the stuff on your face is alive. That's why it's growing now. And it's barnacle, so it has these little feathery, right? Barnacles are they're actually arthropods, so they're in the same group as spiders and scorpions, right? And
that's pleasant.
They have these little feathery legs that come out of the hole that are jointed. That's what puts them in the arthropod group. And so when the Haka shaman is sort of just looking and poking around, at one point they sort of tap on one of the newer barnacles, and it squirts a weird solution out, and then it puts its little feathery arms out. I mean, they're only 2 inches long or something, but they sort of come out and they sort of flop around, and then they get pulled back in, and it shocks the Haka. I mean, they know what barnacles are. They've dealt with barnacles before, but they have not dealt with them on a person's body.
Yeah.
I mean, even when you're looking at normal barnacles, if they squirt at you, you do get shocked by the fact that you just got squirted by a barnacle.
Right, because they don't normally do that part. Yeah. So the shaman says, we can scrape it off, but it might hurt you. We don't know how deep it is in your bone.
I'm seriously debating this, actually.
Yeah, because those things dig into whatever material they're affixed to.
Yeah.
Let's leave it alone for now. But if it keeps spreading, then we'll take another look.
I will point out they do grow on whales, and whales just scrape them off by using ships as scratching posts. I'm not lying.
Yeah. You see Khonnos just get someone just rubbing the side of his face against the side of the ship and anything.
Okay. So the shaman says, he's going to start preparing some salves and whatnot to maybe help to stop them from growing or something.
Yeah, if there's anything that will slow it down or anything like that, yeah.
I can shocking grasp it.
No, I'm good. I should tell you what. Khonnos will let Marcel shocking grasp his face if Marcel gives Khonnos the amulet.
No.
Take it.
Anything anybody else wants to do before you depart?
Nope. I think I've made enough chaos for one day.
Yeah, I want to go have a conversation with Emmeryn.
Okay.
About what transpired on the boat.
Be my guest.
I'm concerned about something Sharkface said. He said that there was a goblin on this crew that was the leader that had one of those amulets like Marcel has, and it was a corrupting force that they didn't want to take off. And when I saw Marcel use the amulet, there was no control. It just created a horde of undead. So it's definitely an emanation of Laralak's power that's not under control. Marcel does not seem at all interested in surrendering or taking it off. Sharkface was pleading to take it off based on what he saw and that it's evil.
I'm not really liking the sound of that. Maybe we should
I mean, this force now has infiltrated us, right, and exists within our group that could undermine our ability to successfully pursue our quest and thwart Laralak.
Oh God. I mean,
maybe even some of Laralak is here.
let's go get Marcel.
Those wyverns found us.
Let's go
Those
get
storm
Marcel.
wyverns found us. You want to talk this out?
Yeah.
Well, let's get Khonnos.
It's not gonna work, but
Khonnos saw it.
Yeah. Let's have a quick meeting.
Oh, quick meeting in the captain's quarters.
I was gonna say probably not the captain's quarters.
Oh, right, your mom's there.
Yeah.
I'm sure Blacksley would love to be in on the conversation.
Nope, we're not doing that. We're gonna go to like a smaller quarters, and I'm just gonna shut the door. Just look and make sure nobody's like around, and shut the door.
Just the four of you, or did you leave Khonnos out?
No, the four of us.
Ask me.
Do we notice the barnacles? Have we noticed that?
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, unless I'm about the only thing Khonnos can think to do is like take a bucket and cut it in half and like wear that as like a partial face mask, and he's not gonna. I'm not gonna do that.
Okay. Well, I closed the door and cast Zone of Truth.
Ooh.
Ouch. Okay.
Right off the bat, not saying anything, Zone of Truth. But it's a charisma saving throw, which is why I was like, ugh, because Marcel's.
Yeah.
What's your DC?
My spell save is 15.
I rolled a 4 on the dice, so that's a 12.
And
Axley?
Oh, sorry. I rolled a 20. Did I roll anything other than 20 tonight? That was my second roll, and that's a 20. Oh, no, I rolled twice. But yeah, that's a 20.
So, Marcel and Khonnos are the only two affected.
I will point out that every 6 seconds I get to re-roll that.
Every 6 seconds?
Really?
It's every round.
Oh.
You have 6 seconds.
Okay, that's a thing.
Okay.
Does it actually say that though? Wait a minute. It says until the spell ends. Oh yeah. Every turn you have to make a. Okay.
Yeah.
In fact, it's not even whether
Okay.
you want to. You have to make a saving throw every 6 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, so every 6 seconds you make it, like, it can happen that I could save one turn and then the next turn I don't again, because as long as you're in the circle, you have to keep rolling.
Yeah.
Okay.
We only
Well,
learned that the other day when we used that in our campaign, because I don't think anyone I've ever seen use this spell has used it correctly.
Right.
Yeah, I've
'cause
never
once you
heard
s-
of it working
yeah,
that way.
Once you save, everybody goes, "Oh, okay, you saved. Forget it." Yeah. So
Yeah,
every,
I know,
every
like,
6 seconds, everybody has to roll.
Even if you
Do you know the
save, you
spell's
can
been-
fail.
Do I know the spell's been cast if I saved?
I think you know
Yes,
either way.
everybody knows. Yeah, it says everybody
Yeah.
knows. It says
Everyone knows.
you have a 15-foot radius sphere. Until the spell ends, a creature that either enters the spell's area for the first time or starts its turn there must make a charisma saving throw. If you fail, you cannot speak a deliberate lie, and you know whether each creature succeeds or fails on its saving throw. An affected creature is aware of the spell and can thus avoid answering questions to which it would normally respond with a lie. Such a creature can be evasive in its answers as long as it remains within the boundaries of truth. So
basically, Emmeryn knows if whatever I say is during a period I'm like under zone of truth or not.
right.
But other than that, I can choose to not say anything until I'm not affected by it.
Right. Yeah.
So Emmeryn, what's your first it strikes me that Blaxley, the head of the Inquisitors Guild, might be good in this situation, but you didn't invite him.
Yeah.
As soon as I enter and I cast off the spell, physically take that amulet off.
What?
Say that again.
You-
You broke up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Can you physically take the amulet off?
Yeah.
Assuming that's 6 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we'll say one question and answer is 6 seconds.
Yeah.
So
That's because or else the
So go
spell is
ahead.
useless.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you
yeah.
asked, can you physically take it off?
She
Marcel
answered
said
yes.
yes.
I
They said
think,
yes.
yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna follow my captain's lead. I'm gonna cast suggestion, and I'm gonna tell her to take it off.
Oh boy.
Oh, so wait. So suggestion gets a save as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna go that far, but yeah, sure, go for it.
Oh. Okay.
What
so-
kind of save is it? Wisdom?
It's a wisdom. Yeah.
Okay. I rolled a 12.
What is it against? Is it against my spell
Your
DC or
spell
whatever?
save DC. Yeah.
Which is 15.
So I failed.
Okay, let's see. On a failed save, the target pursues the course of action to the best of its ability. Course of action can continue for the entire duration, which is
A minute, I think.
Uh,
10 minutes.
duration up to 8 hours
Yeah.
concentration. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you could. So your suggestion could be that she takes it off for the next the amulet off for the next 8 hours. That they take the amulet off for the next 8 hours.
Marcel, make me a wisdom saving throw.
– 17.
You can take it off.
Okay, and I'm under the suggestion spell, so I take it off.
Yep.
So I take it off. See?
Okay.
It's fine. I don't know why you guys are so worried about it. I'm still holding it, though.
I see it.
Yeah, Emmeryn,
I
you
hold out
know
my hand.
that Marcel is being truthful.
I like hold out my hand and I'm like, can I have it?
No.
I mean, if we're going this far and we're actually trying to get this away,
Marcel, you passed your save, so you can give
Oh,
Emmeryn the
okay.
necklace.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
But the question, can I have it? You could perceive that as, can you give it to me like a permanent exchange? And that the correct answer would be no.
Okay.
Marcel,
You can see it, and I just like hold it dangling from my hand.
Marcel, the captain asked you to give her that amulet. Khonnos is pulling rank at this point.
We're all concerned. All of us are concerned about the influence it's having, and we witnessed some evil manifestation from it today. Sharkface is also testifying to he's seen nothing but evil come from one like it.
I mean, it belongs to Laralike. Of course, it's not good, but like I'm just safekeeping it. What are you gonna do with it?
Well, I think we need to put it in a place where it can do us no harm, or at least we have some ability to stop it from having influence over us and its environment. I mean, it was used to terrorize Emmeryn's mom. It's an instrument of evil.
Well, that's why I'm safeguarding it, and I just put it in my pocket.
I would like to cast telekinesis. I'd like to try to
Go for it.
snatch the amulet with it. Okay. Marcel. Well, I was sorry about that. Sorry for the PvP, but okay. I roll a charisma check. Marcel rolls a strength check.
Strength?
Yes.
This is gonna go great. So that was a 6 minus 1, so that's a 5.
3.
Oh wow. Whoops.
So now what happens?
Oh, now we probably kill each other, but
So
over this
you know that he tried to pull it out of your hand.
Well, he
As you
managed
were-
it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Literally, I pulled the object away from Marcel. Right now, I'm just holding it like about. I'm using telekinesis to just hold it up in the air above their head.
Yeah, and let's wait to see what the reaction is, because the reaction to me is what's telling. I mean,
Yeah,
if it's
what-
rational or not.
So
Who's
Marcel,
got? I just say, who's got one of those bags of holding? Put it in there.
Marcel, you I see a message in Discord. Did you send me a message? No.
Wasn't me.
So Marcel, you made your save, so you don't have a strong pull to, make a big scene out of getting that necklace back now.
Uh-huh.
Not to say that you don't want it, because you do
Still have
appreciate
that
the
like
power of it, but
yeah.
you're not compelled to behave in any particular way to retain ownership of it at this point.
I'd say right now the party does see Marcel kind of struggling because like half of Marcel wants to cast fly and just go grab it.
Emmeryn, is your spell still active? Can you ask if it has any undue influence over them? If they felt the amulet?
I'm assuming at
influencing,
this
pulling?
point they've probably passed a save by now.
But isn't it like an ongoing thing?
It's an ongoing thing, so every 6 seconds.
Yeah, so every
do
6 seconds they make a save, and it's probably been a good 30 seconds, so they have like 5 opportunities to save.
But do you know if you, in that time, does a spell let you know when you're effectively getting the truth from somebody?
Emmeryn,
Yeah.
as the caster of the spell, controls the zone of truth and knows whether someone is being forced to be honest.
Yeah. So you can wait until you know you'll get an honest answer and then ask the question.
Yeah.
guess maybe I'm confused. Are they rolling? Are they continuously rolling? Because I
So,
feel like
eh,
they need about
so
5.
yeah, so no, every 6 seconds they roll. Okay.
Yeah.
And you know if they fail their roll or if they pass their roll. So you know if you ask a question whether or not they are compelled to tell the truth. You don't know whether they're telling the truth if they're not compelled to tell the truth. They still might be telling the truth. They're just not compelled to. So yeah, every 6 seconds they need to roll. So it's been you did 1 6-second round, but then Axley cast suggestion, right? At the same time, right? And then Khonnos cast telekinesis. All that happened basically in the same first 6 seconds of the. Let's call this the
round.
intervention.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I was
I
thinking
just say
Because yeah, so we're basically in a round. We're in a combat kind of situation right now, and every 6 seconds everyone gets 1 action. Okay. And so basically all that really is simultaneous. We just roll initiative to tell us when to have action so that everything stays organized, right? But so simultaneously, you walked into the room, you sort of stood there. Marcel turned around and you cast Zone of Truth, Axley cast Suggestion, and Khonnos cast Telekinesis, and Marcel was like, holy crap, you guys, what's the big deal? Like, here you go. Okay.
Yeah.
But we all know our spells worked.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not like we're surprised by
Yes,
it. You know.
and Marcel
mine
knows
worked.
that you cast those spells, though.
Sure.
They will,
Which-
I'm sure they will remember this for sure.
Yeah. This is not something you forget. So now it's the next round, though, unless Marcel has an action they would like to take, because I think it's fair to say that what you did was in response to all of their actions, and you should get your own action if you would like to.
Well, I think, partially there was the action of interact with object, I guess, taking off the amulet and trying to hold it back and failing. But at the same time, I passed my wisdom save for the influence of it.
That's right.
If anything, Marcel is probably holding back because, like, right now there's a part of Marcel that is like, this is good, while the rest is screaming, fly, grab it now!
Right.
Get it back.
When you created that necromantic surge, that was really good.
Yeah, so there's like that conflicting emotions, but I think that's just resulting in a basically I'm standing still and not doing anything because I'm trying to, like, there's a conflict going on inside my head right now, and I'm letting it pass.
Right.
However, I did save on the next second. On the next save.
Against the Zone of Truth. Okay.
How long does the Zone of Truth last?
I think, is it 1 hour? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Oh,
but
so,
the suggestion is 8 hours. But
I'm still operating under the suggestion of taking it off, so I don't.
Are you? Because you did the action that he suggested.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
No, once you complete the action, it says the spell is over.
Okay.
So
the spell is over.
So that no longer is there. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What now? What do you guys want to do now?
I mean, we could just make small talk until you can ask the truth and get the truth. But no, I'm thinking, because Sharkface raised a really valid point, which is he's seen this corrupting force in action in his crew, and look at what's happened to his crew. We know how this has been used for evil. We know how it's been used to corrupt. Emmeryn's
I'd
mom.
say I'm the only one that hasn't used magic against someone of this crew.
Well, we saw you did use it today. We saw what happened when you used it today.
I think Axley missed the point of that one.
Oh, what was that?
I think Marcel's point is you're all attacking them, but they have not done anything to you.
Well, we've reached this point because you have not responded to our questions about it. You've been very defensive, and from what we saw today,
I've responded to every single question you've asked me. Go on, ask me another question.
Well, there's a reason you're responding. It's not of your own free will.
Is the
dropped?
Go ahead.
Dropped Zone of Truth. So we're concerned. I apologize for doing that. It was uncalled for and just kind of a spur of the moment thing.
I wouldn't say uncalled for. If we have to operate under the assumption that there's potentially this evil force amongst us, I think we have to it drives us to action, because the worst case scenario is if we don't, and there's corruption going on, then we could be in serious trouble.
It was uncalled for because Marcel is a friend. And if Marcel is okay with it, I would like to try something. And I hold out my hand. I don't want anything from you, just your hand.
All right, I'll give you my hand.
Cast lesser S. No, sorry. Where'd it go? I can find it. I had it up like 2 seconds ago. Yeah, there it is. Breaks its owner attunement to the object so it can be removed or discarded.
What
That's
is it?
What is it?
Remove curse.
Remove.
Remove
Oh.
curse.
At your touch, all curses affecting one creature. I'm going for the object portion. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I want to try it.
Remove curse. Okay, let me read the details of this here real quick.
Wasn't gonna do that, but everybody else jumped in, and I was like, "Well, okay, guess we're gonna try it."
That was pretty good.
I have all of my remove curse, lesser restoration, greater restoration, all those prepped.
Works, man.
Zone of truth.
I don't think I've ever seen
Calm
a useful
emotions.
remove curse before in a game.
I have used Zone of Truth for years. I've always overlooked the whole. You have to roll every round. Yeah, I have never yeah, it's in there, but it's I've never just
Changes the entire spell.
does, yeah.
Which makes it a better. I mean, what level spell is that?
Not high.
It's high. I mean, so it should be pretty powerful, because it would kind of stink if you just
No,
you save
it's
once and
second
it's
level.
it.
It's second level spell.
Level, yeah.
Yeah, it's not high.
It just has an
That's
added
why-
complication that you have to
Yeah.
wait until someone fails.
It's not high
Yeah.
because everybody can roll every 6 seconds. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
actually not. It's not like a get out of free. It's not like a interrogate this person and get everything
Mhm.
truthful for free card. It's a
Yeah.
Mhm.
it's a contentious, and because it's the type of spell where the person knows what you've done, it's not usually doesn't
They can just choose not to respond.
right.
Or be vague or whatever.
Right.
But I think it's safe to say that because it lasts an hour, if you had
10 minutes.
someone to interrogate, then in an hour it's guaranteed that they're going to fail so many times that you can pretty much ask as many questions as you want.
But it's not a spell that compels them to answer. They can just keep their mouth shut. So really, it's something where it's kind of a political, social kind of spell where.
Yeah, I can also see that it being used.
You can agree to, let's say two people are coming into negotiations and they agree that they're going to enter a zone of truth area. And so then they are agreeing to negotiate in good faith with each other, and there's a magical barrier that makes sure that they're also being honest, right? And they agree to that beforehand, right? That's the kind of use where someone. That's why it's kind of a more low level spell. But in an interrogation style situation, it has a sort of benefits and drawbacks, right?
I see two things. One, I can see people like asking basically to fail the save on purpose, to be like, hey, I am actually telling the truth, cast Zone of Truth, and you'll know that I'm telling the truth.
Right.
Also, in an interrogation, like, it's always been said that interrogation is bad because you usually get whatever answers you were looking for if you start using pain. But if you're under a Zone of Truth, then at the very least you know that if they speak, they're telling the truth.
Right.
Or
yeah,
not.
There's a reason torture doesn't work, right? Torture is not an effective method for getting good information. So anyway, that's a great debrief topic.
We debriefed in the middle.
We debriefed it. Well, we're kind of at the end anyway, but I want to finish out this scene and get you on the way to Calport, okay? So Emmeryn had a brilliant move there and broke the curse. So Marcel, you actually you don't have any good feelings or attunement or any anything in connection with that amulet anymore at all.
Okay.
I mean, you have your own personal thoughts about it, but you don't. There's
Yeah.
not anything psychologically compelling you other than your own personal, right?
Okay, so she removes curse. I just look at her, turn to Khonnos, and go, "Yeah, put that in a bag of holding now."
Axley, do you have it?
Yeah, who's got one?
I do. Let's secret that thing away. Is there anything we got? We don't have a lock box or anything.
No, just put it in. I mean, holding it is not.
It's not
gonna do
dangerous to
anything.
like just mix in there with anything else.
Nuh-uh.
No,
All
the
right.
problem was that they attuned to it.
Ah, okay. So I hope at some point maybe we can turn this weapon of the enemy against its owner if we can find some.
Well,
I feel like we should just leave it be for a hot second.
Oh,
once
yeah,
once,
absolutely.
once it's in the bag of holding, I'm just gonna like sigh, sit down, and go. Took you long enough.
Actually, just to be sure, get them both, hold them open, and then turn around.
What?
What?
Get both bags of holding, open them up, but then like be holding them, and then turn your back on Marcel, so that Marcel can't
Doesn't
see
know
which one.
one.
Yeah, can't see which one I put it in.
The shell game.
Because if anybody wants to get it out, they have to think of the amulet.
Yeah.
Oh, I
gotcha.
just put my hand in both.
There it is.
Amulet.
Well, all right, fine.
Whatever.
I will use the telekinesis to put it into the bag holding.
Okay.
When Marcel like sighs and sits down, so does Emmeryn. Like, okay,
Yeah.
to have you back.
That was probably the most stressful thing we've done as a party, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, that was.
Well, at least you got it off before it started telling me to do things.
Really, it was starting to tell you to
was
do
it
things?
doing that? I mean,
No.
like, were you like, were you hearing
Strong?
voices like
No, that's weird. You know, I actually thought I was gonna get like Laralac was gonna talk to me. No, but it did give me like strong suggestions, and it was so cool making those undead. But that's weird. That feels icky. I couldn't do anything about it. I didn't want to let go of it, and I kind of tried to make it obvious to you guys, but you didn't seem to pick up on it. So I was like, "Well, guess I'm keeping it."
We're too busy being respectful of our friend.
Here I am, basically screaming, "Take this thing off of me!" And you guys are like, "Okay, you can keep it."
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then I guess this is a good point to since we reached this point, to put this out there. I just want to say that this mission's too important. If all of you as a group question my actions and my motivations, I give you full permission to do this kind of thing to me.
Fair enough. I think Marcel gets first go at everybody since they were the one that was kind of bombarded.
Yeah, and Marcel, if I come to and I have a couple black eyes, I'll understand.
I'll just state, Khonnos will just, in character, I'm saying, Marcel, I apologize, but I did what I did because the captain gave an order.
That's fair. So does that mean I get to shocking grasp you?
Actually, you go nuts.
Wait, why are we shocking?
Maybe it'll help. Maybe it'll help with that.
Because I said if they give me the amulet, they can shocking gas the barnacles off my face. So yeah, go for it.
You know, I think Marcel is wired enough to do it.
Are you gonna do it?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just like,
roll your damage.
roll hit first. No, actually, no. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting.
Put this medicinal javelin of lightning under your tongue.
Oh God! Tongue depressor of lightning.
9.
9
damage.
All right.
Okay.
I take 9 damage. I take 9 electric damage.
Khonnos, you take 27 damage.
Oh! Ah! Ow! 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 Okay. Yeah.
But when Marcel is done, the barnacles, everything on your face sort of shrivels up. All the barnacles shrivel up and they start flaking off. And what's left behind is your face, but instead of an eyeball, it's a perfectly formed piece of coral that
Ooh.
has a sort of pearlescent sheen, and it looks like an eye, but it's coral. It's obviously coral, but it's the right shape. It's in your eye socket. It's no more.
Can you see out of that thing?
I see out of it.
I'm
just like,
you.
He's like got a hand. It's like, what the hell happened?
You have a piece of coral.
He's legit freaked out by this.
It looks like you have a fake eye made of coral.
You do see out of it, yes.
Hey, it worked.
That was okay. I was not expecting that. Also, ouch.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to hurt that much. It's just this little zap.
Yeah. The barnacles, as they flake off and they hit the ground, they sort of writhe and kind of move around for a moment, and then they sort of settle down and die.
Okay. Do I, other than feeling like I've been electrocuted, do I feel any different from that experience?
You yes.
Okay.
You feel an extreme clarity that you have not felt in a long time. Especially, it got worse after the ritual, but now you feel extreme clarity.
Okay.
You also can sense the presence of Bolum.
Hey, he's back.
Wait, wasn't he back before?
He had visited, but then he was not very.
Oh.
He was sort of around, but he did not. Remember when you went? So in Darkport, he disappeared, and then
Right.
after Darkport, he came back and he told Khonnos he didn't realize, he didn't know he couldn't go through the gate, whatever.
And that shut him down briefly.
Yeah, but then he kind of went silent again. And when you were fighting the dog, well, not fighting, when you were absorbing the dog, Bolum never did anything.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
Bolum spoke to him after the dog was absorbed, right?
Yeah, and told him he came back, and but when you were doing the dog thing, he wasn't really. Remember the last time you guys were down there, he was saying, "Yeah, open a gate, let's go, let's."
Yeah, and then when we did the whole dog thing, he came back and was like, "Hey,
That's right.
I'm back."
Right. But it was more sort of, I'm not really sure what was going on, but I couldn't go with you to Darkport. Sort of.
Huh.
But then he didn't say anything again. This
Like
whole
he wasn't
time,
with him
so
during the battle.
right,
The battle,
he
silence,
didn't do anything
afterwards
when
of
you
silence.
were having your enormous battle with the Storm Wyverns. He
Mhm.
never was anywhere. And normally, he loves to, let's fight him, right?
Yeah, there's always that gung ho. Yeah, no, that's right. He was pretty quiet for that.
So he's.
So I guess tit for tat.
Well, I say all in all, good meeting.
This worked out well. Yeah.
Good intervention.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Not
Emmeryn,
go
he looks-
how I thought it was going to, but I guess, it happens.
I just look at Emmeryn and be like, Emmeryn, he could probably use a bit of a heal.
I can cast a quick cure wounds.
So it's 10:42. We've been playing 42 minutes over, but we started a little late, so that's okay.
Gain 7 back.
Yeah, and we kind of did a little bit of a debrief there in the middle, but let's actually let's talk about this a little bit. We talked about player agency. Oh, actually, let's finish up the end of this session real quick. So you're gonna head to Calport, right?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think
With
that's the
your renewed idea of how distance works on those maps, you're estimating a minimum of 12 days of travel.
okay.
That's how far
And
away
that's
Calport is.
that's knowing our new distances
That's
that
with
we've
the new
calculated.
distance. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and that's also if you go through one of those big gray spots on the map. Those gray spots on the map are there because those are uncharted areas.
Okay.
If you go around, it's going to add a 3 or 4 days.
Okay. And several
So-
times a day, we'll take a reading and we'll check the direction that Emmeryn's father's in, and then
Right.
Emmeryn can also send a message to her father if they're approaching or get to Calport,
Right.
or just check in with them and see where they're at.
Yeah,
If everything's okay.
Yeah, you can do that. So we're not going to do the journey right now, but you are going to leave. And so it's the 2 big ships and the 10 Haka vessels. Actually,
Mhm.
probably, yeah, all 10 of those are going, okay? And part of the Haka are crewing Sharkface's ship. And then you have your crew. Okay? So that's where we'll begin the next session. But let's do a little, few minutes talking about this because this intervention was interesting. So we've talked about player agency before. We've kind of mentioned here and there about things that take away player agency, and a cursed item is one of those items actually.
Yeah.
That is historically been in the game, and back in the older editions, cursed items were real gotcha items, right? They were really meant to mess with you and make it so that it made your life very difficult, whereas this kind of wasn't this particular tool. So right when Marcel got this tool, Karu and I had a discussion in private messaging in Discord about what they think the powers of the amulet are and how to activate it, and it was at that time after Karu said yes, Marcel will attune to it, that I said, well, now you can't take it off, and if you try to take it off, you have to make a wisdom saving throw, and it's got a high DC. So so that was the idea there, and of course it was, oh crap, my wisdom save sucks. Right. And so that's the idea there. But the way that I made it a cursed item was that fact that it has, of course, some bad powers and you can't take it off. But there was never a time when Marcel was specifically compelled to perform a particular activity or do something specific, because for me as the DM, I feel like that's taking away player agency, so I choose not to do that. So that's partly why this could go on for so long without everybody finally having to, it's only now, I mean, we're in sessions 23, if we count hour-long sessions, I mean, we're in like, we're in the 22nd or 23rd 3-hour episode, or the 18th or 19th 3-hour episode. We're 30-40 hours into this thing, and you're just now having to like take that necklace away. So
Yeah.
It's like it's been at least 10 sessions since we got all that stuff, and kudos to you, Car, for role playing the hell out of that. That was for so long.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what made it so difficult, right? Because if we're not trusting and respectful of members of the party, it makes it very difficult to, first of all, even bring up the subject in a way that's mistrustful and underhanded, to talk about how to go about circumventing or subverting another player's agency, right? And the threat to the party, and what made it so difficult is because there wasn't anything overt, there weren't some obvious negative effects happening that would have been very easy to just key in on, and that gives you more an excuse to intervene. But if that's not happening, the threat was more one where it gives you, the DM, a means to at any time subvert the agency of the player or undermine the party through evil influence of the enemy, right? Through this device that we don't know what it does. So that's something that's much harder to work against,
Right.
because there's nothing overt threatening us at the moment.
Well, because also there's also a trigger in there, right? Marcel also never actually activated the thing.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That-
because the only compulsion that the curse gave me was don't let go of this thing, which meant I still have the capacity of thought of thinking this is bad. The things it can do might put my friends in danger, and I don't want that. So Marcel had no reason to, like, at no point did Marcel really lie to you guys at all.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the only part you let show is, hey, I really like having this, and I don't want to let go of it.
Yeah, and that's what started to like pique our suspicion, right? Because that's kind of uncharacteristic. It's not for the good of the party. It's not cooperative. And that's kind of contrary to what the party expects as a mutual agreement of us all working together.
And I mean, there were parts where I was like, yeah, sure, like this thing is really evil, but also it's mine. And that's kind of like, that doesn't sound like what Marcel would say.
Right. Right. Yeah.
That's kind of what David was saying about like not really having, like, it was suspicious, but there was nothing really like bad happening. And I think Sam said that. I got a little mixed up, but I found that specific spell a couple of sessions ago when we were looking at like trying to heal Sharkface's crew.
Yeah.
And I was like, that would be interesting, but I also don't want to use it if I don't have a reason. So I kind of had it in my back pocket, but also like I didn't know exactly what this amulet was going to do. And it helped us in the past. It gave Laralac enough trust to get Marcel close enough to Emmeryn's mom to get her out. So I felt like Emmeryn would have been like, it was kind of useful, so maybe just let it be for a hot second until it becomes a problem. And then it became a problem.
That actually
But
reminds me, because like,
ahead.
like the fun part for me was also because like in one of the campaigns that I was DMing with two people, I had one of them ended up picking up these like black daggers that some Shatterkai assassins had used. And because they were a rogue, they decided to start using them because they were cool. They were like +1 daggers, and they were black, and they were like I described them as being like really well made and stuff. And when they attuned to it, over time, I decided to start giving them things from the daggers. So they were a halfling, and they started getting dark vision. And then at one point, they went down, and they turned into a shadowy figure and kind of did the thing that the Shatterkai assassins do. This was in 4th edition. And basically, they got a free attack before going down and managed to kill the thing. And so through the length of the campaign, they were like, okay, this is a good pair of daggers, even though, your eyes are going red and your skin is going pale and
Overt things happening to you.
That party never made the connection that something bad was happening and that maybe they should take these daggers away until the point got to a point where the person controlling the daggers used them to order the rogue to kill one of the party members. They lost a party member before they were like, maybe we should take the daggers away.
Okay. No more of those.
The party member was one of my characters, so I had no problems with this because it was only.
I want to point out also. I make a note, and I learned a lot from you, Sam, and the way you handled this. This was very intelligently woven, because from my perspective, far more effective for the role playing and story aspect than just presenting an overt threat, a curse that's just messing with everybody, and you immediately know, one player immediately knows, oh crap, I got a cursed item, and now it's going to do all this bad stuff, and everyone's going to reap the terror of the effects. If the only thing is it's a story thread that it's in the party, and everyone suspects that it's bad because it has the coloration and the link to the evil, magic, but it never really does anything overt. It's going to have an incredible effect long term, role playing wise. I mean, think about it, if we had just decided to go the other way, where we weren't going to help Sharkface and we weren't going to let it manifest its power. It would have gone on for a long time, and it would have been a constant undertone of us being suspicious, and like we would read a whole bunch of things into the role playing that wasn't necessarily there, what it's really doing, because we're all thinking it's influencing the actions of a member of our party. You know what I mean? It would have been very insidious for a long time.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's the way to play cursed items, because like you pointed out, a lot of the times if you pick up an item and like, oh, it's cursed, and it's like, oh, well, we have a paladin in the party or a cleric in the party, and they cast remove curse, and ta-da, it's gone, and that's it. Solved. And remove curse is such a low level spell too, so it's not that hard to like, oh yeah, you're cursed now. Okay, well now we're not cursed, and we get rid of the item. And that's the end. And that seems a lot more boring in terms of like what I think of good role playing. I prefer that long, drawn out, like, sure, something's bad's going to happen at some point. Something bad has to happen. This thing is cursed. Mm-hmm. But in the meantime, it's just a trinket that you're carrying around and that you don't want to let go of.
Yeah, or maybe it has some minor benefit. I mean, like, if you're a DM and you make a cursed item, you want, I would say, you don't want that to just be knocked out and this as soon as the party figures. You want to let it slow boil and grow up over time. So, and take them several sessions to realize, oh yeah, this is an actual thing that needs to be dealt with. Yeah. Even if it is given maybe some, it's even better when it's giving some benefits in the meantime, because they can say, okay, well now there's a real struggle, and say, hey, this is helping, but it's going to become harmful down the road.
I definitely like the idea of slow burn cursed items versus, yes, this has a benefit, but also a detractment that is going to immediately impact the party enough that they'll want to take it away from you. Mm-hmm. Because then you have that slow build up rather than just, hey, you got the item and hey, it makes you invincible, but also you cry blood.
Yeah. And also, this is a real interesting scenario too, in terms of a cursed item, and in other circumstances where PvPs have become involved because things have progressed to a point where the rest of the party just can't tolerate what one character is doing. And many times it's because that one role player is delighting in the fact that they're being counter and subversive, right? So they're actually deliberately messing with the party to the point where the rest of the party just can't stand it and has to do something. This is absolutely not that case. I'm just saying that, so this is a very different, contrary type of intervention, PvP, whatever you want to call it. Because I'm sure Hikaru in many ways is like, oh crap, I'm messing with the party. That can't be something you want to constantly do.
So that's the other thing maybe about this item, right? This item does have a benefit. But the thing is that just like the detrimental effects of it, the benefit is also not immediately obvious. So it's kind of one of those where, do you wear this thing long enough to discover the benefit? And as you were trying to discover the benefit and figure out what the good thing is that it does, how many bad things are you going to let happen, or how many, right? And so Marcel was just like, well, I don't want to take it off, but I also am convinced he can see us if I use it, so I'm just not going to use it. So that made an even more slow burn. I didn't tell Marcel that, right? I said, well, if you attune to it, here's what you know. And it's very, similar to how I when I gave all of you your magic items, I said, well, there's these benefits and there's these drawbacks. But in this case, it was, well, here's what you think it can do. But here's, it's more vague. It's not a direct, it can do ABC. It's, well, you think it has something to do with this, and it might be able to do that, but you're not really sure how that works. So if you want to find out how it works, you have to use it. And
to be fair, everything I was told, Marcel told the party, because he had no reason not to. Mm-hmm. It was just a case of well, this is what I know about this item. Mm-hmm. And he everything was out. Everything that you knew about the amulet, you guys know. There was nothing that I kept back besides the fact that this is a cursed item. That's why I don't want to let go of it. But even that was hinted over and over again.
Yeah.
Right.
And it presents a role-playing challenge for all of us because, we knew from the very beginning when it was obtained, it was obviously by its very nature and the way it was described and it was kind of secretive that there's something to it, right? Something to be suspicious of. So that gives a player a motivation to just instantly zero in on that and go after it, right? There are some players that that's what they would do. They would just relentlessly attack it until they try to find some way to get it handled. But like for us, we didn't do that. I think we showed a lot of restraint and tried to role play it accurately with the way our characters.
Unfortunately, one of the most charismatic person in the party had it on. So when you guys tried to insight, it was like.
I mean, there was one point earlier when I tried, it's I said, I could tell everyone, there's something up with this, but it's like my character really doesn't have a reason to overtly want to try to get it away from you at this point. Right. It's like until it's something threatening happens with it, and turning a bunch of goblins into zombies. Okay, well that's a lot.
That was pretty, and that was all pretty great. Yeah, and also
when you get your toy taken away.
I'm really kind of touched and impressed by the way you guys all handled it too, just because there are many ways to handle this. We all have tools at our disposal that are far more violent and far more forceful, right? Taking away much more agency, binding a character, rendering them unconscious, taking away their will, all those things. None of those were used. And like, even right off the bat, like I for a few sessions now, I look at my spells and went, I've got the perfect spell to deal with this, but I don't have the reason to do it right now. It would be too forceful. So when we went to this meeting, I didn't think it was going to go this way. I thought we were just going to talk it out. So when Emmeryn immediately started to use the spell, really, that was what triggered in Axley the permission to do it, right? Because I would never have overstepped my bounds and done that right off the bat. I would have felt like that would not be my place. But when the captain in this meeting says this is exactly what needs to happen to handle this situation, I was like, oh well. I'm following the captain's lead.
Here we go.
I'm backing up the captain. Yeah. And
like when the captain is, when the captain is ordering you to give them the amulet, you're not like, okay, I'm the first officer. I have to do my job as first officer and actually send it. I would say, like Dave said, like there are a couple of things I could have done that would have been much less pleasant than telling you. You guys have not seen me use my nastiest spell yet.
Sure.
And you may not. Which, believe it or not, is not contact other plane. That's nasty to me when it doesn't work. But I was like, I mean, like I said, that's the first time I've used this. So thank you for the opportunity to see what that does. I took the spell knowing it was a potential risk to me. I cast it in the situation knowing it was a risk to me. I wasn't expecting to get any of the information you gave me out of it. So thank you for that.
Well,
I think
there are unforeseen drawbacks, but
I was like you say, roll percentage. So everyone, okay, and moving on. Yeah, there was like moving on from that. There was the Constitution save. That was kind of seemed kind of out of nowhere.
You got a tentacle in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
Possibly both with this character. Who knows? Yeah. But I guess the one issue I have with it is for me this comes to the separating player knowledge and character knowledge. The fact that Khonnos doesn't know that the spell had a detrimental effect on him means from his perspective he may use that again. Whereas I'm like, okay, I saw how bad that screwed up. I wouldn't want to use that again. So I have to think about how I'm going to approach that moving forward.
But here's the thing though, Khonnos actually is getting hints, right? More barnacles on your face. The fact that you lost time somehow, your perception of time changed for that time, and so that's a weird thing. And then when you were trying to show them, oh no, I know where this is, it's right here, and you're drawing something that looks like
gibberish,
and you understand it, like something happened, but it's a little scary.
It messed with your head.
It messed with your head, and so it, but you don't know the extent to which it was.
Or how to communicate it to others. So then we got the little Lovecraft, like when the shaman said, "Do you want us to scrape that off?" I'm like honestly, like that might hurt me more. Plus, I'm not sure if my patron would want that. But now that line's been crossed too. So that bridge has been burned. So we'll see what goes through. It's like that's something I wrote into my character's backstory, but I left it vague as to say whether that's something that's a benefit or a detriment. So I kind of let Sam kind of take the reins on that one. So we'll kind of we'll see kind of going forward how that goes.
I think a lot of this comes back to the fact that we're a very roleplay heavy group, so we can pull this kind of things off and let the slow burn happen and let the build up happen, because we're pretty good at forcefully separating our player knowledge from character knowledge and wanting to see our characters succeed within their knowledge, not ours.
Mhm. Right.
Mhm.
And I think that's fun because, like, yeah, it's not every day you get to like play out certain things that are like bad for your character, like, or even picking things that are bad for your character.
Mhm.
Like the choosing to use the amulet, I was like, okay, well, let's see what Marcel thinks. And I rolled a 3, and I'm like, okay, Marcel thinks this is a great idea.
Yeah. And honestly,
Yeah.
the reason why I was okay with and pushing you to do it is I thought, well, this is going to go one of two ways, and either way we'll kind of know.
We'll know for sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, me as a player, I really wanted to know because, like, yeah, Marcel has been so like against using it, and it's like, well, but how are we going to know what this thing can do if we don't use it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sure, I'll use it against NPCs that don't matter.
They matter.
At least it's not the party.
Nope. Yeah.
And they were already dead.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's a pretty good conversation. That means this is a good place to stop. So, thank you so much, anybody who is still watching, and thank you so much for our listeners. And we appreciate you, and we appreciate your attention. And I hope you're enjoying the story, and I hope my players are enjoying the story and the way that it's playing out. And you guys direct everything, right? I'm just responding to the stuff that you do. Like, we still haven't gotten to Cowport. I'm still, like, every time I prep things to get us to Cowport that are going to happen in Cowport, and I'm like, ooh, I can't wait till they get there because this is going to happen, this is going to happen. And
Will
then
it
we don't
happen?
go there.
But we're going now.
Eventually,
it's going to happen just like the duel. It's going to happen.
Right. Well, so that was actually another, and I kind of mentioned this last time, but I actually ended up making a conscious decision to not do that duel, to have them be defecting instead, and realizing that, oh, they saw the amulet, and so that needs to go a different way. I made that decision consciously. But I was so excited about having the duel. Like, I really wanted to, like, really play with these duel things and all that. And I even hyped it up on Twitter, right? I said, oh, we're going to do this duel. It's really cool. And I said it on behind the DM screen. And then ultimately I decided it's probably not the right thing for the story, because it makes more sense for you to learn things about Sharkface without having to fight him, and seeing the effects of what had happened to his ship without having to fight him. And that's part of the reason why I made that decision. It just made more sense, and it's harder to work a duel in, at that point in time. Not that there won't be a duel in the future, there might be, but I made that decision consciously, and so, it was one of those points where it's one of the first times I kind of made a unilateral decision without you all having driven it, right? Like, normally I let you drive everything that's happening. You're driving the story. You're driving what's going on, because your decisions and the things that you do are what point us in whatever direction. Or sometimes, random rolls like the big storm. But, that's kind of what happens. But this was basically almost the first time in this game where I made a unilateral decision about something without taking into account your actual actions.
I was actually curious about that because I'd say maybe slightly concerned that you had decided against the doing it because you thought that I didn't want to, and that as a DM you had decided that no.
No,
and I was like,
that wasn't it. Yeah, no.
Okay, good.
I did know that you were like stressed
nervous
out about it, but you were nervous about it, but
We all were.
I also knew that you would all plan something and make something and cheat. You would cheat so that they could help you with the duel and stuff. Like, that's kind of how it's what's supposed to happen, right? Like,
I mean,
I'm insulted. You would assume correctly that I would try to cheat.
I'm insulted that you know me so well.
Pull off my cheat plan.
The funny thing is, the other 3 people in the party were all talking about like how to cheat, and like from my part, both in character and out of character, slowly over the like period of time that came before it, I went through cheat, no cheat,
Yeah.
But whatever, and finally just an acceptance of, yeah, I might die, I might lose my character, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I didn't think that. So I knew that the duel is a winnable situation, right? Like I really
Mhm.
pumped up Sharkface, and if you had to go toe to toe with Sharkface, Sharkface would probably kill any of you, right?
Yeah.
Especially if I didn't let you use magic, right? Like if the terms of the duel were no magic, like he could
He
kill.
has to have over
Right.
100 hit points. I've only got 60.
He's beefy, right? But the thing is, like, that's not how the duel would have gone, right? I wasn't throwing a duel just so that you could go toe to toe in melee, and like that's just not how the characters work. So that wasn't how it was going to be at any point. But the reason I decided to not do the duel was because you needed to see why he was there, but the whole rest of the fleet wasn't there, right?
Mhm.
And you needed to see like what that actually there's some unrest within the ranks of what's going on. So things are falling apart on the other side too, right? Like you're all wondering what the hell, how are we going to fix this? What's going on? But there's other stuff going on that are making situations more difficult, right? It's the same
Do you want
thing
to know
with
something funny?
yeah.
I was absolutely going to make that duel be a very talkative duel because I was going to pepper him with questions the
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
fight.
yeah.
And
I thought
I'll tell you my plan. I don't think what I was gonna do was be overtly cheating, but I was basically gonna try to stay within close enough to both of them to be able to
Right.
use detect thoughts on Sharkface,
right.
and then figure out what is how he's gonna attack Marcel, and then use
Yeah.
telepathy to say, "Hey, he's gonna swing this way, duck." And
Right,
that's
right.
what and then I would have been insulting Sharkface in his head, like, "Hey, Captain, those masks don't look very secure. How much are you paying your bosun?"
My
Yeah,
The ship
bosun
was
yeah.
always going to
stick on
fall
the
apart any
ground.
minute now. That would have been so much fun too.
I thought it might have been a situation where Marcel might actually decide to use the amulet if it came to that. Um, and while that made me giggle that what would possibly be the effect of that, I still had to decide against putting that out there. As much as I
Marcel would not, but
yeah. Well,
I absolutely, in my head, was already imagining something. I mean, you've all seen like Spider-Man fight bad guys, right? That's what it was going to be because Marcel cannot keep quiet if he's fighting in battle against someone.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
Deadpool or something like that.
Yeah, no, it would have been a very snappy comebacks every 2 seconds because, like, yeah.
Yeah. So I ultimately decided that having the larger battle was probably more fun for everyone. Maybe except Emmeryn, who almost died. But I didn't know Emmeryn was gonna almost die. But so yeah. Anyway, so now I said, oh, let's get done, and then I digressed us off in another direction. So everyone, thank you for listening. If you have any questions, suggestions, comments, you want to ask me what the heck is going on, email me at DnDeBrief, BRIF, @gmail.com. If you just want to tell us how dumb we are and the bad things that we're doing and get us to try to change something, please do that. If you want to tell us how awesome the players are, please do that. And if you are inclined, please follow the link where the podcast is posted, where you can leave us an iTunes review, which is really helpful for getting rankings on things. If you want to support us, you can support us just in general. It's patreon.com/rpgmusings. If you want to support Earl, whose face is in the camera right now, you can go to patreon.com/midgardia, and that will support Karu and her ability to produce food for Earl. Otherwise, I think we will all say goodbye. Thank you for hanging out for so long.
Yeah, and I want to say how awesome your players are. I just want to say hip hip hooray for Captain Emmeryn, captain of the Tempest Fortune, who now has taken care of her crew, and we leave for Calport finally with a fleet where we're ready to face the enemy, I think. So I just want to say, awesome. Way to go, Captain.
Yes.
High five. Oh, wait, halfling. Low five.
It's okay. You can high five me.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Well, and on that note, we will say goodbye.
Bye, everybody.
Everyone.